some ETs really are friendly, and they want humanity to advance faster to be more protected from unfriendly, hostile ETs. Only one person would know that they came from UFOs, extraterrestrials, and that it was technology that we were desperate to back engineer. And that was their goal, get everything they could that was extraterrestrial into the secret hands of corporations that could be patented, and no taxpayer would have any right to any information from the government. The metallic foil was like cloth that could be folded or crumpled up, but would always return to its original perfect, flat, unwrinkled shape. When the organizer of this wonderful awakening event picked me up at the Manchester airport on Thursday morning, he told me, "I have been pushed by something I don't understand that wants the truth out about UFOs and ETs, and I end up doing this awakening. And that complex truth is what I've been hunting and reporting about since 1979 and my TV documentary investigation of worldwide bloodless animal mutilations." And to my great surprise, it was law enforcement, the sheriffs and the deputies, who told me then in 1979, quote, "The perpetrators are creatures from outer space," close quote. Now, nearly 4 decades later, we have rovers exploring on Mars and spacecraft showing us the first close-up images of Pluto's icy mountains and the bright white magnesium salt deposits in the crater on the dwarf planet Ceres. And news that at the bottom of the 30-mile deep ocean on Saturn's moon Enceladus, there is hot water at nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 93 degrees Celsius, gushing from the seafloor and spouting through the surface ice, apparently heated by radioactive material in the core. And that has provoked scientists to wonder if there are swimming creatures in that surprisingly warm moon water. As the future rushes toward us with a persistent mixture of lies and truth, I would like to sharpen focus on what happened 70 years ago when the front page of the Roswell Daily Record on July 8, 1947 was headlined, quote, "Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. No details of flying disc are revealed," close quote. The truth? We now know it was not a disc. There were 3 crashed UFOs, and they were shaped like the heel of a man's shoe. There was a thunderstorm late at night on July 3rd to 4th, 1947, when 3 aerial objects merged on radar before 3 crash sites were found. The headline about the one came from Colonel William Blanchard. He was the commanding officer of the 509th Bomb Wing at the Roswell Army Airfield. Colonel Blanchard ordered his public information officer, Walter Hott, to issue a press release announcing that one of those flying saucers that people had been reporting that summer had crashed northwest of Roswell near Corona. Strange debris had been found by sheep rancher Mac Brazel on July 4th. 3 days later, on July 7th, the chief of the Roswell Army Airfield's 509th Bomber Group Intelligence Unit, Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel Sr., went to the Brazel Ranch with Counterintelligence Corps agent Sheridan Cabot to investigate, and they gathered up peculiar silver foil and it folded just like cloth, and then it would spring open, and they would do this just like cloth, and it would return to a perfect, unwrinkled surface. And there were also long, thin I-beams with purple symbols on them. The next day, on July 8th, after the story broke on the front page of the Roswell Daily Record, the head of the 8th Air Force in Fort Worth, Texas, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, on the left in this photo, held a press conference with his Chief of Staff, Colonel Thomas Dubose, and they said, and this was a lie and they knew it, there was no flying saucer. They said it was just a weather balloon that exploded in the thunderstorm. And to strengthen that phony story, General Ramey had pieces of shredded weather balloons spread on the floor to be photographed so that newspapers would run the concocted story specifically to keep the public and media from knowing about the alien presence. Even Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel Sr. was asked to fly from Roswell to Fort Worth, Texas to pose, and it was posing like for a magazine, for photos amid weather balloon debris. But Colonel Marcel knew that what he had gathered that day before from the Brazil Ranch was not a weather balloon. 5 years later, in 1952, President Truman's Majestic 12 special panel said in their first annual report about the retrieval of, quote, unidentified plan-form space vehicles. And for those of you who may not have heard that word plan-form before tonight, this is a word that we find over and over in the 1940s, real documents of which this Majestic first annual report, as far as Stanton Friedman and I and others are concerned, this is the real deal. And they were using the word planform for something that was delta-shaped and had swoopy curves. And here is right inside of this report, quote, radar film and tower logs do not explain the merging of 3 radar targets prior to collision and subsequent crashes. There were 5 recovered bodies, and recovered is misspelled in the original report, 2 of which were found in a severely damaged escape cylinder, and the remaining 3 bodies were found some distance away from the cylinder. All 5 appeared to have suffered from sudden decompression and heat suffocation, another misspelled word in the original document. So there were 3 radar targets, 3 crash sites. Landing Zone 1 was near Corona, about 75 miles northwest of Roswell. An interplanetary phenomenon unit summary, that's what they called themselves, on July 22nd, 1947, in its paragraph 12, stated these words, quote, the most disturbing aspect of this investigation was there were other bodies found not far from LZ1 that looked as if they had been dissected as you would a frog, close quote. Without explaining whether the bodies dissected as you would a frog were animal, human, or alien. Quote, animal parts were reportedly discovered inside the craft at Landing Zone 2, close quote, about 1986. I met somebody who knew firsthand about that specific crash at White Sands. And they told me that they knew for a fact there were photographs, animal parts were in compartments that went all the way around the inside of an interior round room. One of the reasons why the government felt it could not speak and could not allow any facts out. Landing Zone 2 was 20 miles southeast of Socorro, not far from Oscura Peak. That's the lower right, red circle southeast of the Trinity site in White Sands Proving Ground, where the United States tested its first atomic bomb 2 years earlier in July of 1945. And Landing Zone 2 is where the animal parts were reportedly found inside what was called a well-preserved capsule that might have been ejected from the crashed vehicle at Landing Zone 1 near Corona. Now, Landing Zone 3 was 30 miles east of Alamogordo on the Mescalero Indian Reservation, and that third UFO had hit the ground so hard that it was crumpled like an accordion. That reference plan form in the Majestic 12 project's first annual report in 1952 was referenced in documents as delta or crescent-shaped ships, never as the oval or the circles, and that it was compared to the shape of the heel of a man's shoe, and that is the shape in this photograph taken over Phoenix, Arizona on July 7th, 1947. This is the same week as the Roswell crashes. The box camera photo was by William A. Rhodes. I've interviewed him, talked to him at length about his being a person who did freelance photography for the local newspaper. He had his box camera nearby. He sees this thing moving in the sky, and he goes and gets these amazing photos. And he had been a flight instructor during World War II at Falcons Field in Phoenix, so he was very aware of what he recognized in the sky and what he thought was truly bizarre, and this was in that category. 2 days later, on Wednesday, July 9th, 1947, the Arizona Republic in Phoenix put the Rhodes photograph of the crescent-shaped aerial plan form on its front page, but they got it upside down. This same plan form shape has been described and sketched by other retired military eyewitnesses who have seen the same delta-shaped, but turned back up right ways. General Ramey's goal was to carry out orders for a strict policy of denial and secrecy for the deeply concerned President Harry Truman. Allegedly, Truman and FDR had already dealt with a UFO and 3 dead aliens 6 full years before. In a recent book called Mo means Missouri, Mo 41, The Bombshell Before Roswell, author Paul Blake Smith writes that on the night of April 12, 1941, a crescent-shaped UFO crashed near Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Cape Girardeau is 115 miles southeast of St. Louis. Sikeston is 35 miles south of Cape Girardeau, and that's where the Missouri Institute for Aeronautics in Sikeston allegedly went from Sikeston and retrieved a crescent-shaped craft and 3 identical small bodies, quote, this is from people there at that time, not from this world, close quote. This was out in farm country about 8 miles south of Cape Girardeau. And today, we would call those 3 beings clones. One MJ-12 document leaked in the 1990s to aerospace engineer Dr. Bob Wood is entitled MJ-12 Project White Hot Intelligence Estimate Preliminary, dated September 19, 1947. Now that is only 2.5 months after the Roswell region's UFO crashes. They were moving fast. Classified magic eyes only, spelled M-A-J, it's always been M-A-J-I-C. It is an acronym for, the first word is majority, the second word is agency, for joint intelligence, and magic, spelled with a J, in the United States is the highest known security classification. In part 3, Scientific Probabilities, it states, quote, based on all available evidence collected from recovered exhibits, meaning the plan-form UFOs, currently under study by, and this paper lists 11 government and military agencies and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Those craft are deemed extraterrestrial in nature. This conclusion was reached as a result of comparisons of artifacts from the Missouri discovery in 1941, meaning Cape Girardeau. The technology is outside the scope of US science. It is even outside that of German rocket and aircraft development, close quote. Part 2, Technical Evaluation, paragraph 18 states, quote, the following elements were analyzed and found to exist in the small neutronic power plant that was found inside of U-Lot 1. This is another acronym for UFO planform, and this one stands for Unidentified Lenticular-Shaped Aerodyne. Even the recovery case of 1941, meaning Cape Girardeau, Missouri, did not create a unified intelligence effort to exploit possible technological gains, with the exception of the Manhattan Project, close quote. In simple terms, they're saying, with a kind of criticism back in the 40s, we didn't come together to exploit the technological gain of extraterrestrial technology, and the only place where we did collaborate was in the Manhattan Project. The reference to the Manhattan Project means physicist Robert Oppenheimer had the Cape Girardeau neutronic power plant to study during his development of the atomic bomb first dropped on Japan in August 1945 that ended World War II. That also implies that Presidents Roosevelt and Truman already knew about an alien presence during World War II. They knew about it from April 12, 1941. And this is long before the July 1947 Roswell crashes. It means our government is very skilled in keeping secrets and pretending that everything is weather balloons or swamp gas. And those men running the government in the US made a decision to keep everything secret about UFOs and the ETs that they had retrieved, both dead and alive. And for those of you who may not know, FDR, George Marshall, Secretary of War, Cordell Hull, Secretary of State, Harry S. Truman, who was head of a Democrat committee having to do with the funding of what was called then the War Office. Remember, there was no Department of Defense, there was no Pentagon, there was no Area 51. It was Washington, D.C. and the Capitol. They were all 33rd degree Masons. And there are sub-stories to this about how those men knew a lot, but they were used to keeping secrets. And they decided that this had to be a secret to be kept. Much of the content in those early reports was drawn from what Lieutenant General Nathan Twining discovered on his secret mission for President Truman soon after the New Mexico crashes. That's when General Twining viewed the 5 alien bodies and craft found at Landing Zone 2 near Oscura Peak and the Trinity site at White Sands. In 1947, General Twining was commander of the Air Materiel Command. 10 years later, President Eisenhower would appoint him chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. By July 16, 1947, only 1 week after the Roswell Daily headline, General Twining sent President Truman this 2-page report about what he saw for himself at the Landing Zone 2 crash site near Oscura Peak on the White Sands Proving Ground. Quote, upon examination of the interior of the craft, a compartment exhibiting a possible atomic engine was discovered. In the power room was a donut-shaped tube approximately 35 feet in diameter, made of what appears to be a plastic material that is surrounding a central core. This tube was translucent, approximately 1 inch thick. The tube appeared to be filled with a clear substance, possibly a heavy water. This activation of electrical potential is believed to be the primary power to the reactor, though it is only a theory at present. Just how a heavy water reactor functions in this environment is unknown. On the deck of the power room, there are what resembles typewriter keys, possibly reactor power plant controls. There were no conventional electronics, no wiring to be seen, connecting these controls to the propulsion turret. Now, I was told in the 80s about these strange keys that were found in one of the crashes. And I was told that they were discussed by people who were there and retrieved as looking like strange hieroglyph-type symbols. Think of Egypt, those are hieroglyphs. Tibet, for example, would be lines and dots. Hieroglyphs, think of Egypt. The 1952 MJ-12 first annual report said, quote, the technology may be eons ahead of us, meaning thousands of years beyond us on Earth. Another military insider from World War II and the Eisenhower and Kennedy presidencies did a 1997 book entitled The Day After Roswell about what he knew firsthand of UFO extraterrestrial technologies and ETs while working in the Pentagon. Lieutenant Colonel Philip J. Corso worked as chief of the Pentagon's Foreign Technology Desk for General Arthur Trudeau. Trudeau was handpicked by President Dwight Eisenhower in 1958 to be director of the first Army Research and Development Program in the Pentagon, and Corso told me directly from General Trudeau to Colonel Corso that when General Eisenhower came to General Trudeau, they had both known each other during World War II as generals. And General Eisenhower respected General Trudeau the most of all of the military leaders that he knew, because General Trudeau at that time was the only general that had a PhD, and General Trudeau's PhD was in chemistry, a very unusual combination in a high-ranking military officer. And Colonel Corso said, General Trudeau told me that when General Eisenhower, who became president, contacted General Trudeau, he said, quote, I consider the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States to be an enemy, equal an enemy as our Russian spies, because I think it is filled with Russian spies. And when he said that, he said he explained to General Trudeau that that was why he wanted everything related to extraterrestrial technology and the back engineering to be handled only by General Trudeau, an Army general that President Eisenhower trusted. General Trudeau, on the right, handpicked Colonel Corso after their trusted days together in World War II. Colonel Corso told me that he met with General Trudeau in his Pentagon office, where the general went over to 5-drawer filing cabinets, had Corso come over, pulled open one of the top drawers, said, "Look," and pulled out what ended up being some kind of a laser projection device, picked up what we now would know as semiconductor chips, picked up various things from inside this file cabinet as General told Colonel Corso, "Your job is going to be to hand deliver these ET technologies to corporate leaders that he, General Trudeau, had personally contacted, and that those would be the only person, no matter how big the company, only one person would know that they came from UFOs, extraterrestrials, and that it was technology that we were desperate to back engineer." And this became this huge goal. If you patent in the United States and you put some sort of a corporate logo on it, you are outside of Congress, you are outside of the government, you are protected by laws in the United States, and that was their goal, get everything they could that was extraterrestrial into the secret hands of corporations that could be patented, and no one, no taxpayer would have any right to any information from the government. And no one in Congress, no one in the Supreme Court, and let alone the taxpayers in the United States would know anything about what was happening since World War II. General Trudeau and Colonel Corso were the beginning of the United States' serious efforts to develop a secret space program. Yes, it has existed since the end of the 1950s, that would use retrieved extraterrestrial technology for advancement. Meanwhile, NASA, under CIA control, NASA has always been birthed under the umbrella of the CIA, despite its presentation to the world as being a public agency. NASA would be the public camouflage for what was behind the scenes, a dark and growing underbelly of America, spending trillions of secret dollars, but unknown and untouchable. In June 1997, Time magazine did a cover story on the 50th anniversary of the Roswell crashes, and I was there to speak for that 50th commemoration. There I met and talked with Colonel Corso about his work for General Trudeau, and when Colonel Corso was introduced to me, he extended his hand to shake mine, and he said, "Linda, how the hell did you get so much classified information?" And I laughed because all of my information had come from real ranchers and real people in the human abduction syndrome, showing that our government did not have control over everything that was happening between an alien presence and the general public. And he meant the animal mutilations that I had investigated from my TV documentary, A Strange Harvest, that was first broadcast May 28, 1980 on Denver's CBS station KMGH-TV, where I was director of special projects. That's when sheriffs and ranchers told me the perpetrators of the bloodless, trackless animal deaths were, quote, creatures from outer space, close quote. Ranchers had seen glowing lights in night skies emit beams down into their pastures. A few had even seen a cow lifted up in a beam of light or lowered to a pasture dead and mutilated. But none of those eyewitnesses would stand up in front of my TV camera for fear of ridicule from their fellow human beings. Before he died, Colonel Corso talked to me in private about the highly classified documents he had read in Washington, D.C., dated as early as 1951, 1951, about animals found in several parts of the world with bloodless excisions and no tracks around them. Colonel Corso said the classified reports that he read specified that the perpetrators of animal mutilations were, and these were the words he used, extraterrestrial biological entities. But why? This illustration is by a Missouri horse rancher in 1975 who saw this glowing being at his gate during a time when he found several newborn foals and young horses bloodlessly mutilated in his pasture. Eventually, our government would realize that many of the UFO pilots and other non-human entities were cloned androids or human ET hybrids produced from genetic harvests from Earth life, including animal mutilations and human sperm and egg extractions during abductions. Our government, according to Colonel Corso, learned that in spite of the mutilations and abductions, some ETs really are friendly, and they want humanity to advance faster to be more protected from unfriendly, hostile ETs. So there was urgency in General Trudeau's goal to get alien technologies back engineered and patented as fast as possible to keep them from Germany and Russia and to support a secret space program that might have to, quote, do battle in real Star Wars, close quote. About secret ET technology transfer to American corporations for back engineering and patents, Colonel Corso wrote, General Trudeau also had relationships with the Army contractors who were developing new weapon systems for the military within a small part of any given company, while another part was harvesting some of the same ET technology for consumer product development. These were companies such as Bell Labs, IBM, Monsanto, Dow, RCA that became General Electric, and the aviation and medical companies of Howard Hughes, close quote. At that July 1997 50th anniversary conference, Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr. handed me this replica of the thin I-beam that he remembered holding in the first week of July 1947. That's when his father, Jesse Marcel Sr., the head of intelligence at the Roswell Army Airfield, woke up Jesse and his mother to show them pieces of strange silver foil and I-beams that Jesse Marcel Sr. had picked up at one of the 3 UFO crash sites that first week of July 1947. This is the one between Roswell and Corona, known as Landing Zone 1. Jesse Marcel Sr. said the metallic foil was like cloth that could be folded or crumpled up, but would always return to its original perfect, flat, unwrinkled shape. Today, we would call it memory metal, but it's taken a long time to get to that now. Jesse Jr. told me his father said the debris, quote, at the kitchen table, he said this to the mother and son, this was not of this earth, close quote. Young Jesse Marcel was most curious about what he described as metallic, pinkish purple hieroglyphs or symbols that ran along the entire length of a tan-colored I-beam only 3/8 of an inch wide. The I-beam was so lightweight that Jesse Jr. said he could barely feel it in his hand. It was more just like the presence of air. Plastics didn't exist publicly in 1947, but eyewitnesses would later on compare the I-beams to a new lightweight plastic or a balsa wood. There were rumors that scientists had discovered the I-beams were an exotic hybrid of metal-like wood, both organic and inorganic molecules mixed in this substance. It could not be cut or burned. Intelligence officer Jesse Marcel Sr. would himself compare the strange pink-purple symbols to, quote, indecipherable Chinese writing, close quote. Perhaps we're back to that word hieroglyphics. 12 years after the 1947 Roswell UFO cover-up began, Brigadier General Stephen Lufkin has said that he was briefed in the Pentagon in 1959, this would be 12 years later, about the Roswell UFO crashes, and he was shown physical I-beams with what he called purplish, and he used the word encryptions. Encryption means encoding messages or information in such a way that only authorized parties can read it. Another source, Steve Lytle, reported that his mathematician father was asked by government authorities to, quote, decipher the I-beam symbols, close quote, but no one was able to, and those weren't the only mysterious symbols to show up on UFOs. In 1803, we're really going back in time, on the east coast of Japan, in the Hitachi province, fishermen reported that a pale, red-headed, alien-looking woman suddenly emerged from under the ocean waters in a round craft that had symbols on its surface. The woman was inside the craft clutching a box. Eyewitnesses called her Utsuro Bune, meaning ship hole, because her sea craft was shaped like a rice bowl. People who saw the craft said the top was like glass or crystal. When the red-haired woman spoke, it was in a language that no Japanese person had ever heard before. What language was she speaking? Where did she come from? What was in that box? Nobody knows. Eyewitnesses claimed the same red-haired woman and craft were reported in other parts of Japan as if she were flying around in the craft. She was always reported to be tightly holding the box. 177 years later, on December 26, 1980, after midnight, Staff Sergeant James Peniston at RAF Bentwaters Woodbridge in England would also encounter a strange craft with symbols in Rendlesham Forest. When Sergeant Peniston dragged his fingers over the symbols, his mind was filled with zeros and ones of binary code and telepathic impressions of a time machine from a distant future where an advanced civilization was dying out. Its mission was to harvest genetic material from Earth to use as, quote, band-aids to extend the future civilization's survival. There was no pilot. The triangular craft operated with alien self-activating software. Now here is a comparison of two Utsuro Bune symbols marked with red circles that are variations on the Jim Peniston triangle and circle symbols in the lower left. And we're going to see this triangle circle symbol again as recently as the end of June 2015 in another UFO encounter. But first, going back to August 28, 1991, 11 years after Sergeant Peniston touched the symbols on the alien craft in Rendlesham Forest, Soviet authorities were tracking a UFO on a zigzag course at 4,225 miles an hour. That's 6,800 kilometers an hour. The rapid radar track vanished over Kyrgyzstan. A year later, in June 1992, a search party found a cylinder-shaped craft with strange green symbols on it. The investigators reported, quote, powerful electromagnetic field emanating from this wreckage, close quote. All photographs and videotape recordings were overexposed, allegedly from radiation at the site. The craft had crashed in the Shaitan Mazar Gorge, also known as the Devil's Grave, in the central Tian Shan Mountains of eastern Kyrgyzstan. And then, 14 years later, in late June of 2015, an Army sergeant with his wife, 2 young children, dog, and cat began moving from Hunter Army Airfield near Richmond Hill, Georgia, on the Atlantic Ocean to Fort Carson in Colorado Springs, Colorado, planning to go through Atlanta. He set his truck's GPS for the route, and they planned to travel at night when it was cooler with less traffic and stay in motels during the day. The husband, that I call Sergeant CJ, and his wife were shocked when a bright white light in the sky suddenly came down very rapidly toward their truck. The Army sergeant estimated that the disk hovering above their truck was 820 feet long, that's nearly 3 football fields, and nearly 200 feet high. There were bright white sparks projected out beyond the craft front and back. Below the midline, there was a row of 5 dark-colored symbols, and he told me, quote, "In the Army, I'm a trained observer. I've been doing this for 15 years. I'm able to identify high-velocity rounds as well as mortars, rockets, artillery, aircraft, all types of aircraft. I'm trained to do that for whatever comes down in front of us on military missions. This huge craft was beyond anything that I had ever been trained for," close quote. Sergeant CJ's wife remembered the UFO's surface glistened like an oil slick of rainbow colors when it tilted toward them. She also thought there were round lights around the perimeter. The encounter was from 1:25 to 1:29 a.m. Eastern on the early morning of June 29, 2015, according to Sergeant CJ's digital watch that he looked at when the craft disappeared by blinking out in front of them. It didn't move, it just simply disappeared in front of their truck. The couple felt confused and disoriented. Sergeant CJ drove up the road a few miles and found a Shake Rag Express on Highway 1 South. When he tried to get out of the truck, he said his legs felt like wet noodles as if he could not stand up, and he didn't know what was wrong. But the greater shock was when he bought some food. The Shake Rag Express receipt showed they were in Wadley, Georgia, way off their GPS course to Atlanta and on to Colorado. The couple had no idea how they were diverted north without realizing it from their GPS programmed route that should have taken 4.5 hours for the 250-mile drive from Richmond Hill, Georgia via Route 16 to Route 75 into Atlanta. But what happened next implies that the diversion on Route 1 north to the rural countryside of Wadley, Georgia, was under the control of an alien intelligence in order to transmit binary information into Sergeant CJ's mind. First, let's compare the June 29, 2015 Wadley craft symbols with the December 26, 1980 Rendlesham Forest incident. The far left symbol on the Wadley, Georgia disc seems to match the far left bottom symbol that Staff Sergeant James Penniston sketched after touching the raised symbols on the black, glassy, triangular craft in Rendlesham Forest, England, near RAF Bantwaters Woodbridge Air Force Base on December 26, 1980. Also, Sergeant Penniston's ring around the triangle with the 2 black circles resembles the second symbol from the right on the Wadley disc that has a ring around a triangle with 3 smaller circles, similar to Sergeant Penniston's ring triangle with 2 circles. Sergeant CJ and his wife were very confused about what had happened, and CJ continued driving northwest to Atlanta again on a different road. They finally checked into the Magnuson Hotel in Kennesaw, north of Atlanta, at 7:36 a.m. on June 29, 2015. They slept in the day, so it would be cool at night to travel with their kids and the dog and the cat. And then they got back on the road, headed for Kentucky. The credit card sales receipt for the Motel 6 in Paducah, Kentucky, shows CJ and his family checked in at 5:13 a.m. on June 30th, 2015. They were exhausted and everyone fell asleep. But Sergeant CJ found himself waking up in their Motel 6 bathroom, holding a ballpoint pen in one hand and the letter-sized receipt from the motel in the other hand, staring at the back of the receipt covered with squares and lines, and could see his own pen trailing off to WTF. Is there anybody here who doesn't know what those letters stand for? During our first interview about this high strangeness, he asked that his voice be electronically altered because he is active Army and he wants to remain anonymous, but he's trying to keep me in his loop about what is happening even to this day. Sergeant CJ talks about a vivid dream he had before becoming conscious in the bathroom. In the dream, light gray alien beings wearing dark lenses over eyes very similar to but larger than human eyes are warning about a threat to Earth. Have you seen the symbols in sleep or in your mind's eye?
Usually in my sleep. And that first time that it happened was in that hotel. I do not remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom with a pen in my hotel sheet and doing that. I literally woke up standing there after I had finished.
Have the symbols been repeated in addition to the squares and the vertical lines?
Yeah, I've seen them again in dreams.
Can you describe that dream?
Yeah, it's dark all the way around, and they're being scrolled past from right to left. They're slightly illuminated, like a light blue color.
Are you getting any impression of what they are saying in your dream?
Something Council of 5, I believe.
Council of 5, and what are they saying?
It's more of a warning and preparation for something, an alert of what may come, or what could come, or what is soon to come, or something to that effect. And they're doing what they can to try to help us. They're almost to the point where they're outnumbered, and we're going to need to assist and get to where we need to be sooner in order to be able to stand a chance.
Did you see any humanoids of any shape or size or type in any of your dreams?
Yes, ma'am.
Which type?
Skin similar to ours, however, grayish in color, elongated heads, larger sockets for eyes, larger eyes. In the dream that I was seeing, there was one about where my feet would be, and I could see expressions on his face as a little bit of worry, but was trying to keep me calm.
Did you get the telepathic impressions of warning there aren't enough of us, there's more of them, something is going to happen that's going to be a big problem, and that these beings have been trying to help and now they can't because they don't have enough numbers versus what is there?
Similar, perhaps, but I think it's more along the lines of what we're doing that's going to harm us, such as sending signals out to space is not a safe thing to do. That we have technology that we need to expand on, but it's being kept from everyone behind locked doors or closed doors, and only to certain individuals or something to that effect. And allow all minds to come together to get things done a little bit quicker.
Or what is going to happen?
Whatever's going to happen might negatively affect us. I don't know what that might be, though.
And if there is a warning or an alert, that would imply that something is coming that may be harmful.
I don't know. I know it's something that will affect us here on Earth. I know that at our current advancement in technology and how we're progressing is happening too slow. And the way to fix that is opening up and allowing everyone here who is kept in the dark or not being told the information. We need to allow outside minds in order to solve the issues that we're having, to increase our advancement in technology and speed up our process for advancement.
If that doesn't happen, what bad could happen?
I really don't have an answer to that.
But you just heard about a warning that seems dependent upon waking up the human family on this planet as a move that could help all of us get stronger. The awakening is happening, whether it is small in the minds of somebody like Sergeant CJ or large like we're experiencing together in Manchester, that something is impending that he puts in the dangerous category. Now, about this Council of Five, Sergeant CJ told me he had never heard those words outside of that dream. When you Google ET or Alien Council of Five, and the first time I ever heard it or did it was after the interview with him, this is one of the websites that comes up that lists 5 alleged alien races that include EMERTHER, apparently pronounced Emerther. The website Alien Axioms describes the Emerther as, quote, one of the founder races of the Council of Five, ancient and more advanced on many levels than most cosmic intelligences. Allegedly, it was the Emerther that wanted to meet with, or did meet, American President Dwight Eisenhower, perhaps over stopping atomic bomb testing, close quote. The website states, without giving information sources, quote, very little is known about the 5 alien races that make up the Council of Five. These 5 races have been protecting Earth and humans for a long time, and they last met together on this planet in 1944. That would be the year before the end of World War II, but during the height of World War II. I asked Sergeant CJ why he thought advanced intelligences would be communicating with Earth humans in binary code. And he replied, quote, well, maybe it's like the yin and yang symbol of black and white. So zeros and ones can be used all over the universe to communicate, close quote. Well, on Earth, this is what standard ASCII 8-bit binary code looks like. It starts with the number 0. It's up in the upper left, 0011, 0000. That is the binary code for the number 0. Capital letters are different from lowercase letters. Punctuation, such as periods and commas, each have their own 8-bit code designators. Australian geneticist Horace Drew, PhD, volunteered to translate Sergeant CJ's squares and ones. And here is the first page showing how red underlined letters and words emerge in ASCII binary code. And I don't think that a lot of you, I'm going to show a larger, but so that you will relate to the summary. That first red line, it says continuous PROTE. Those letters match the binary code above. The next 2 lines of code are They finish up PROTE to CTION of HUMANIT. That word finishes up down to Y and a latitude, longitude. Expose, hidden, KN, drops down to finish up knowledge to all. And now here is what the whole translation looks like. Continuous protection of humanity, 49.27 north, 11.5 east, expose hidden knowledge to all citizens, advancement imperative for planetary survival, beware of Orion 1350.3 and Z Reticuli 39.1 question mark 70, avoid signal messages sent. Now, Horace Drew in Sydney, Australia, said about beware of Orion numbers, quote, the two coded numbers 1350.3 and 39.1 question mark 70, they relate, he thinks, to the distance in light years from Earth to the Orion Nebula, which is, this is an astronomical fact, 1,350 light years from Earth. The binary star system of Zeta Reticuli is 39.17 light years from Earth. Zeta Reticuli 1 is supposed to be the original solar system source of some of the gray aliens, close quote. Now that last line seems to relate to Sergeant CJ's dream information about the danger of Earth sending out SETI signals without knowing who is on the other end. That same warning came in 2015 from Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and physicist Stephen Hawking about don't send radio signals out from Earth that might be intercepted by something hostile out there. Now let's go back to that first line that says continuous protection of humanity, 49 degrees, 27 minutes north, and 11 degrees, 5 minutes east. If that latitude and longitude are supposed to be a location on Earth where ETs from the Council of Five are supposed to be protecting humans, how odd that it turns out to be town center of Nuremberg, Germany. Nuremberg was a significant city for the Nazis in World War II, and it was the location of the international war crime trials after the war ended. But Nuremberg was also famous more than 400 years ago in 1561, when immense black cylinders appeared in an early dawn sky and released many strange blue, black, red, and orange spheres, rods, and crosses. Many people watched the aerial machines clash in battle above a great black spear that remained stationary for an hour-long conflict. Some UFOs crashed and burned, as you can see in the lower right of this famous woodcut by German artist Hans Glaser. So who in that aerial UFO battle might have been protecting humanity, as stated in the Sergeant CJ binary code, quote, continuous protection of humanity, continuous for hundreds of years, thousands of years, millions of years. David Wilcock and Corey Good now say that they have information that there have been large monument, pyramid building, other intelligences on this planet, on the moon, throughout this solar system, throughout the Milky Way galaxy for 500 million years. That's 500 million. Where did they go? Now, what could the battle be about? Let's go deeper into binary code messages by comparing Sergeant CJ's string of zeros and ones to Sergeant Jim Peniston's back on December 26, 1980. That was the night that Sergeant Peniston, with Airman First Class John Burroughs and Airman Ed Kabansak, were ordered into Rendlesham Forest to investigate strange colored lights moving around in the tall forest. It was on civilian land that ran along RAF Bentwaters Woodbridge, and then, at that time, that was NATO's largest airbase. This is page 1 of the binary code written down by Sergeant Peniston after he touched the raised symbols on the surface of a mysterious black, glassy triangular craft on the forest ground. The red lines mark off the groups of 8 zeros and ones to match against that ASCII code that I showed you that would translate for letters and numbers and caps and lowercase and punctuation. At the right is the summary translation beginning with exploration of humanity, a series of binary numbers. Then it says, this was the original translation, 3 times, 333 or 666, and then the number 8100. This is page 2 of Peniston's binary code that translates into that latitude and longitude, which turns out to be Nuremberg, Germany. And the all-cap word continuous for planetary advance. 4th coordinate, continuous, question mark, all caps CEPR, question mark, before. And after the word before on page 5, Peniston's writing trails off, stopping. After those first 5 pages of code were translated, Peniston then released one more batch of zeros and ones. This is Peniston's personally approved and official release of his binary code translations, in which he added 6 more latitudes and longitudes that, depending on the decimal point placement, which is totally interpretive, these sites could be Caracol, Belize, Sedona, Arizona, the Great Pyramid in Giza, Egypt, the Nazca Lines in Peru, Taishanku in China, and the portal at the Temple of Apollo in Naxos, Greece. And then these strange words, quote, eyes of your eyes. And in the last line, the number 8100 is repeated as, all caps, origin year 8100. If you subtract Earth year 1980 from 8100, you get 6,120 years in the future for the time travelers, instead of 40,000 years, as Peniston thought after his hypnosis. But it can also be argued that the time travelers from a distant future were not referring to Earth-based 365-day year cycles of time. It is also important to understand that Peniston did not have any decimal placements in his string of zeros and ones. So each latitude and longitude could be any one of 24 possibilities, according to retired astronomer Mike Reed. For example, in the second line, latitude and longitude, when a decimal was tried in a different position than the high Brazil option shown here, it precisely matched, right down to like a square foot, the town center of Woodbridge, not far from the air base and Rendlesham Forest. Professor Reed felt strongly the Woodbridge option made more sense because the black triangle craft would likely be emitting a continuous stream of location information to whoever sent it to Rendlesham Forest. All of the name locations in parentheses are arbitrarily selected decimal point placements as well, but were more logical choices than other latitude-longitude possibilities that were out in the oceans in the middle of water, except for the selection of High Brazil, which came from an ancient sea story about an island west of Ireland that only appeared once every 7 years. Adding to its mystery were the tales of people who actually went out in boats trying to reach the island and who never could, and the Ancient Aliens TV program chose that option because that fit the Ancient Aliens theme, and that's why it's on the list instead of Woodbridge Town Center. Okay, now let's compare Sergeant CJ's first June 30th, 2016 binary translation on the top, 35 years after Sergeant Peniston's first binary release from his December 26, 1980 encounter. Words that stand out as similar over those 35 years and two different binary experiences are continuous, humanity, and advanced planetary survival. Another such warning about planetary survival came in this binary code discovered in a wheat field next to Crabwood Copse in the village of Pitt, near Winchester, Hampshire, England, on August 15, 2002. The gray alien head and binary code disk are in front of BBC Winchester's tall broadcast antenna. The 60 thin horizontal lines are thought to simulate an early 20th century TV broadcast. That's when they had all of these lines in the TV sets. The implication seemed to be that the crop formation was a reply to Earth TV signals. But was the warning from the alien depicted in the wheat holding the binary disk? Or was the warning about the alien in the wheat pattern? The three star-like objects on the alien shoulder resemble the famous Orion belt stars, so many people have thought that there is a threat from something associated with the Orion constellation. The start of the Crabwood August 15, 2002 binary spiral of code begins, and you see part of it, the black 0010, and that is the beginning. You can see capital B over here from the ANSCII 8-bit, 0100, and B, and the 0100 is going from bottom to top around in a spiral. That's where the capital B comes in. And then the rest of the message, which is in standing crop and laid crop, the standing crop would be the ones, the flat crop would be the zeros, and you get BEWARE. And a lot more. The entire ASCII 8-bit translation of the Crabwood spiral binary code is, quote, "Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing," close quote. A similar message was repeated 13 years later on June 23, 2015, near the airport of Turin, Italy, also known as Torino. This city is where Jesus Christ's alleged burial shroud is kept. Geneticist Horace Drew, PhD, from Sydney, Australia, tackled these very difficult rings of binary code that included 128 small circles in straight lines between 16 triangular rays of the outermost ring. His binary translation of that outer ring is Timeo et ferentes, or beware ET bearing gifts. Dr. Drew said the Torino, Italy, June 23, 2015 summer solstice sweep pattern, quote, "It looks like a clock, but we have to rotate the inner wheel to match the outer wheel," close quote. And even though the inner ring binary code is not clear, Dr. Drew thinks some of it warns about a Trojan horse event coming to Earth. He wonders if the Trojan horse is an invasion attack by gray ETs from Orion and Zeta Reticuli, warned about by the Emerthers in Sergeant CJ's binary code. And that came only 7 days later, on June 30th, 2015, in Wadley, Georgia. So you have the event in Torino, Italy on June 23rd, and then you have the encounter with the 820-foot wide disc and the zeros and ones on the back of the receipt from the hotel 7 days later in Georgia, June 30th, 2015. Sergeant CJ did receive more telepathic downloads coming into his head at night. He said the squares and lines came faster than before, so it was hard for him to write it all down. He also could see that some of the squares were darkened, and he managed to get some of the new communication written down along with his comments about what was happening. From November 20th to the first week of January 2016, Sergeant CJ was waking up a lot yelling. I talked with his wife, and she said he woke her up talking loudly and was often saying a string of zeros and ones. It scared her. Through tears, she told me how much it scared her and she wanted it to stop. Sergeant CJ said he was trying to concentrate on the dark shadings in the squares that he hadn't been able to copy before because the images moved too fast in his mind's eye, but finally he thought he was getting some of it in these new pages. It is interesting that both Sergeant CJ and Sergeant Jim Peniston, 1980 and 2015, they both describe seeing the zeros and ones coming from the right side of their mind's eye, coming across in a stream right to left, and that Peniston said he never could get them out of his head. They just kept rolling till he sat down and wrote them all down. Sergeant CJ says that they will come across, and he is aware that they're there, and they're not holding in his mind. It is as if they keep repeating in some, so that he can get up and write down in a notebook, which he keeps, trying to copy as they move right to left in his mind's eye. Dr. Drew researched binary codes and found this one at thinkersmith.org that uses squares that are either clear or blackened to represent ones and zeros, very similar to what CJ was using, but Sergeant CJ had no use for and had never used binary code before this experience began. Horace Drew applied it to Sergeant CJ's new pages. On the far left of this graphic, Dr. Drew's binary translations are in those red letters going vertically down next to each of the letters that they represent, and that left word is imminent, and then code for space, and this is what is there. Imminent threat soon upon Earth's leaders and civilizations. Expose and disband hidden knowledge to all citizens. Employ safe and controlled joint study to all minds. Progression imperative for combined survival. Embrace this space vessel threat, and the rest of this makes no sense to any of us. 000 journey 12 in brackets, LY should be light year, so we assume it's 12 light years. Ikes, we assume that's President Eisenhower. Embedded, citizens are ready. AISCLOSE, evolve. close evolve, and then 6 ones. Then royal emerther, that word is there. I can testify Sergeant CJ knows nothing, has never studied, doesn't know anything about UFO literature, nothing. This has all caught him totally off guard. And yet here is this word that none of us knew about until this occurred, and then we look up on the web, and here is this royal emerther warning expose foreign technology to all. Like Corso, evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover. Bracket, the number 3, a quote mark inside of the brackets. In the last paragraph, the ET-related emerther goes back to that reference to the Council of 5 that existed on the web long before he ever had this experience, and he was trying to recall what they had downloaded in the dream, and he remembered that the beings in front of him referenced something about a Council of 5. Then on February 18, 2016, he found that he had added 5 new lines of squares and lines without darkening any of them, and he emailed me, quote, "This was fast, and I was unsure if I drew them down correctly. It felt like it was not meant for me to write them, and I felt weird about it, like it was not clear enough for me to do this. I just did the best I could, and I figured it was probably all messed up or wrong. They are the only ones I have had since I sent you the photos of my notebook. I could not darken the boxes and lines because they were moving too fast, and I was having a hard time concentrating. There was much more to this, but I could not keep up concentrating," close quote. Well, I sent these to Dr. Drew, and what he sent back was a surprise. There were 5 clumps of letters in 5 unknown words. Dr. Drew did know that the last 2 letters, KI, has originally in Sumerian, ancient Sumerian, referred to the earth. Napku Rakbu Hlarak Sanuki. So I sent the 5 words to Professor Joshua Jeffers, PhD, Research Specialist, Royal Inscriptions of the Neo-Assyrian Period Project, University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, Babylonian Section in Philadelphia, and here is his March 24th, 2016 reply. This is 1 year ago. Quote, "The first 2 words and the 4th word look to be Akkadian and not Sumerian. The first could be the god Nabu, but without the cuneiform, it is difficult to say since there is no divine classifier before it here," close quote. Now, Nabu is one of the 3 most important gods in Sumeria. Nabu was the keeper of the tablets of destiny that recorded humanity's fate. The only 2 others that had more authority than Nabu were Enlil and Enki. Nabu was son of Marduk and grandson of Enki, Ea of the Anunnaki. Nabu's grandfather, Ea, is the creator and protector of humanity because Ea created humans out of clay to be worker slaves for the Mesopotamian so-called gods. But the supreme god, Enlil, was irritated by the noise that humans made, apparently because we aren't telepathic and we have to talk out loud. So Enlil wanted to destroy Ea's human slave creation with a devastating flood because we were too noisy. But Ea realized what Enlil was up to and got a friend to build an ark so that humanity could escape God Enlil's act of annihilation. Professor Jeffers continues, the second word, rakbu, would be the noun rider, from the verb rakabu, to ride, frequently upon a horse or a chariot. The middle word could possibly be the word for the city of Larsa in southern Mesopotamia, written out phonetically, but the H hyphen is nonsensical for Sumerian and Akkadian, and this is puzzling. The fourth word, sanu, could be an infinitive of the verb to do again, or a second time, or even to be different and strange. The fifth word, ki, by itself can be Sumerian, and it would mean earth or land. Now, the meaning exactly remains unclear, but Sergeant CJ himself wonders if this is about the return of Nabu to Earth. We are waiting to see if he has any more telepathic downloads that might explain these Sumerian and Akkadian words, and just recently we got a little bit, and all I'll do is just tell you. These were 0 and 1's translations on September 29th, October 3rd, October 9th, October 20th. These were just snatches he was able to write down. And here were the translations. Day of dark energy, until photon energy is mastered, enlarge. Photon energy is mastered. Squeeze, shrink, insert, charge, creator. Will stand aside, 14 guardians remain on. So it's less coherent, strange, and stranger. But here is one more look at everything that we've been able to translate outside of these bits that I just told you, from binary transmission, from this alien intelligence to Sergeant CJ, who has a very responsible job in the United States Army. June 30th, 2015, continuous protection of humanity, 49.27 north, 11.5 east, expose hidden knowledge to all citizens, advancement imperative for planetary survival. Beware of Orion 1350.3 and Z Reticuli 39.170. Avoid signal messages sent. October 2015 to January 2016. Imminent threat soon upon Earth's leaders and civilizations. Expose and disband hidden knowledge to all citizens. Employ safe and controlled joint study to all minds. Progression imperative for combined survival. Embrace this space vessel threat, the strange 12 light years. Ike's embedded citizens are ready, and more that don't make any sense. Royal Emerther warning, expose foreign technology to all. Evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover. Time machines, alien life trying to survive in interplanetary genetic missions, ET hybrids and clones, eons beyond us, as the MJ-12 documents say. Whistleblowers have reported that alien technologies can make their various spacecraft, androids, and other ET technologies invisible to human eyes. They can be anywhere around us on this planet at any time, in the sky, in the water, on the land, and we cannot see. This naval ship fading into invisibility is an October 2015 Northrop Grumman Facebook posting. In addition to invisibility, the extraterrestrial technology is described as functioning with self-activating software that can neutralize gravity and project three-dimensional holograms as camouflage that human eyes and minds cannot detect in the earth. The alien goal, they say, is to harvest genetic material from this planet's animal and human life in order to create a large ongoing supply that you're looking at of rapid cycle cloned and hybridized body containers with very advanced technology that some people in the human abduction syndrome refer to as the resurrection tubes. And I'd like to underscore how important these illustrations that I'm showing you are, because I was contacted by a man who had worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency for 23 years. He said his job was to analyze and monitor the competing geopolitical territorial conflict of 3 different extraterrestrial civilizations on this planet. And he said, we thought that the rapid cycle cloning technology was one of our government's greatest secrets. And then I get a call that you have 110 pages in your book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 2. And I got the book, and I'm looking at drawings of our secret. I'm looking at maps of our secret. I am reading about all of these details, and I had to meet and ask you questions because it was so compartmentalized. That truly happened. This is very, very important. I first learned about the cloning tube technology the first week of March 1991 when I received in the mail a large envelope that contained an audio cassette, a letter, and several color drawings from a woman named Linda Porter. She was born in 1946 and began having memorable experiences with non-humans by age 12 in 1958. She had decided it was important to reach me after hearing a conference presentation I had given in California concerning eyewitness testimony about non-human intelligences interacting with our planet. She was concerned about her vulnerability as a person caught up in the human abduction syndrome and was frightened about the United States government's policy of hiding the alien presence. She's another who thought everybody should know and it might make a difference in protecting us rather than hurting us. Her letter began, quote, "We abductees are caught in the middle of a series of ongoing events that will one day prove to be historically significant to the future of the Earth. Unfortunately, because of our continuing non-voluntary interactions with these beings, we have, in a sense, become victims of both sides of the phenomena. On the one hand, we are used by the aliens for their own purposes, whatever those purposes may be. On the other, if we speak out, we risk ridicule from the public and in some cases possible harassment and/or intimidation by government and military personnel. If you could look directly into these creatures' eyes, you'd realize that every detail of your life, no matter how personal, how mundane, how minute, is known to them. It makes me wonder, are we some sort of Ken and Barbie dolls being played with by an emotionally immature race of beings with no sense of morality? Or are we pawns held in the grasp of a dying race that will do anything for their own survival, including the cold-blooded manipulation of another species, we humans, and the brutal mutilation of helpless animals? Unless a person has been through the trauma of an abduction, they cannot comprehend how these entities can strip the mind and soul as easily as they can strip the clothes off a body. They scan details of a person's life with such facility that they make you feel as if you are an interesting piece of lint caught between their toes. In the blink of an eye, these beings devastate all personal freedom, all sense of privacy, and all prospects for living a normal existence. A person's life is never the same again. He or she is changed forever," close quote. Linda Porter's words speak for a lot of abductees who have interacted with grays, blondes, tall and short, reptilians, tall and short, insect humanoids, but some abductees think that they are friendly non-humans, which actually try to help people advance to more stability that will help the non-humans to survive as well. Linda Porter was the first of a half-dozen people in the human abduction syndrome that I've interviewed who experienced being raised and lowered in a tube of light and passing through walls that she and other abductees say feels like 1,000 little feathers all over their body. Linda said the light tube is different from the tunnels that opened up inside of her bedroom, quote, "The beam is used only to transfer people from Earth to a craft and back. The tunnel is a physical created hole from one dimension to another. Traveling through the tunnel was what made me ill, had something to do with the change in physical density of two differing dimensions." She told me in 1963, when she was 17 years old, that she was abducted from her Covina, California home by gray-colored beings with large eyes. These gray beings seemed to be the extraterrestrial biological entities, or EBINs, that are described in leaked documents from our government as friendly and concerned about Earth and human evolution, although I can tell you that in 83 to 84, I received a card like a Christmas card, innocent and benign, it seemed, and inside were handwritten words. "The EBINs are our allies, ... but they lie." That's how schizophrenic all this is. Linda Porter was shown a procedure to transfer the soul, or the life force, from a dying man into a healthy younger clone of the man Linda could see in one of the cloning resurrection tubes. The gray being told Linda telepathically that the same soul transfer would be done with her. The gray explained to her that she had rheumatic fever as a teenager that damaged her heart. The gray non-human said it was vital that Linda Porter's soul entity continue in the same genetic body container she had been born with in order to accomplish an unknown alien agenda. Linda saw rise out of the top of the dead man's spine a golden yellow-orange light that elongated in the air as it came out of his back of his neck at the top of the spine, moved across the room to a row of body-sized tubes lighted from top and bottom and filled with a strange purple-looking gas. Inside the tube on the far right was a clone body of the same man, but about 10 years younger, she thought. Linda Porter said that there was a problem about Earth body containers, souls, other dimensions, and altered timelines. And she said, quote, "I was told that the resurrected cloned man would be relocated elsewhere, maybe Australia, and would continue on with his life, while the body that she saw die in the presence of the gray and a praying mantis would be allowed to die in his Midwestern town, and a funeral and a burial would take place. So in the United States, he would be a dead person. In Australia, he would be a clone, a rapid cycle clone, continuing to live a combination of that container and that soul for reasons known only to the non-humans." Linda thought it was vital to the EBINs that the man's soul continue functioning longer inside the same kind of container that his older sick body had been. And she thought that part of the reason that they take tissue samples from abductees when they are quite young is to have this tissue in reserve in case a new body for an abductee becomes necessary later on. She said, "I got the impression the aliens do not like to do this soul transfer very often. Actually, I got the feeling the aliens are not supposed to be doing this at all, but they seem to be backed into a corner and have no other recourse. They also seem to be trying to hide all of this from some higher form of life, whatever the authority is that prohibits this soul transfer. Also prohibits the ETs from interfering on this planet, but they are interfering. I remember her saying that to me, but they are interfering. Whoever it is much higher evolved than they are and wields a great deal of power over many, many other realms of existence. There is much, much more to existence than we could ever begin to understand. Much of what we have been taught regarding the physical universe and the laws that govern it is wrong. The Eben doing the soul transfer from her diseased body to her new clone body in one of the lighted tubes gave Linda Porter an overview of how the cosmos is constructed from the Eben point of view. The universe is built on sound patterns, which is why so many different worlds, dimensions can exist in the same space. Each is on a different frequency. Disrupt a world dimension to the point that you destroy the carrier wave it exists on, and you have created a hole in existence that cannot support the dimension above or below it. Each frequency, besides maintaining its own world dimension, also supports or holds in place the one above it and below it. Everything is interdependent. There are countless world dimensions occupying the same space without being aware of one another because of having their own individual octaves. This octave frequency holds the world dimension in place and causes it to exist safely without interfering with or even being aware of other worlds around it. This frequency acts as a buffer zone to keep everything in its place. But you do anything to disrupt it, and you begin a collapse that starts a deadly chain reaction. If the density of this collapse reaches a certain weight, space-time itself begins to collapse. Atomic and hydrogen bombs physically tear into other dimensions. And whatever the experiment is that our government is involved with in outer space, whatever it is, we don't know. If successful, it will change the density of matter to such an extent that the chain reaction started will not be able to be stopped by anybody in any world dimension. There are literally hundreds of different alien life forms here trying to stop what is happening, as it is putting their own worlds at risk. Some, as I had mentioned in earlier letters, are not supposed to be interfering, but they are doing so anyway. What they are all trying to do is stop the ripple effect that will emanate outward from Earth should this government's experiment succeed. But with all their technology, why don't the aliens or their superiors just walk in and stop the whole thing themselves? Why do they need us abductees to speak for them? Something just does not make any sense. I wonder if we humans are being lied to, used for some purpose to put over the idea the aliens want us to believe. If there is an experiment, maybe if it succeeds, it will put us in competition with the aliens for something they don't want to share. Maybe they are trying to scare us out of their neighborhood, close quote. So now I'm going to just summarize that up to this point where I'm going to start again, that I was sharing that I have talked with a lot of whistleblowers in various states of knowledge in we'll say CIA backgrounds, DIA backgrounds, and they have basically reinforced something that at this point in this presentation you are probably feeling. That is the frustration, the angst of not knowing what the truth is, of not knowing what the true agendas are, of intelligences that have been defined in documents since 1947 as being eons, thousands of years beyond us. And that the implication is something is trying to help us while we are also being manipulated. And that my own personal opinion is there's only one way to free us, and that is we need to have the truth. We need to have the truth about even the most difficult subjects, which include a slide like this one, and the whole issue of the recycling of souls in and out of body containers. There was an interview with one of the live aliens at Los Alamos. I know this for a fact. I've talked with a man who was there. And when the Eben was asked about the term, the word reincarnation, the Eben answered, reincarnation, the recycling of souls, is the machinery of this universe. And I ask, did he say anything about the devil, Christ, God? And the answer that I was given was, quote, there is an evil force. Even the Ebens talk about it. There is a supreme being, and then there is the evil one. The evil entity, the Ebens are as scared of that evil entity as we are of the devil. Sherman said, I don't know where the devil is, but what worries me is that if the Ebens are scared of him, I'm damn scared of him, because the Ebens can control everything. They have been around this universe and done everything. And if they believe in the same supreme being that we call God, and they say there is an evil one, then there really is a devil. And I ask, would the devil be equal to and opposite of the positive God? Are there two gods? Sherman answered, I don't know. You can think about that forever. There's another thing that puzzles me. The Ebens say that everything that occurs in our time span has occurred before. I guess it means we're just right in the middle of a huge big circle, and it just goes round and round again. And the way I see this is that the earth was created, and one day, 5 billion years from now, the sun is going to expand, and earth will be engulfed and destroyed, and everything goes back into a big bang, and then everything starts all over again. I ask, when the Yellow Book talked about the supreme being that created the universe, did it say anything about parallel dimensions, parallel timelines? Sherman said, nothing. The aliens talked about the vastness of the universe, that there are life forms everywhere. It talks about a supreme being creating the souls and creating the containers and distributing the souls to the containers and to the Ebens. That is just basic fact. If the Ebens made us and put us here, there has to be a reason. Are we a garden growing containers for souls to be harvested for some reason? Sherman answered, well, that's another good question, and all I can tell you is that one elderly man with MJ-12 told me, you don't want to know. When I asked him, about souls and why the Ebens made us. Some abductees also say that the main reason for the animal mutilations and human abductions has to do with the creation of a hybrid species. But no one knows whether the hybrids are supposed to replace the current Homo sapiens sapien container model. There is a sense that whatever the non-humans are up to, it has something to do with survival, theirs and ours. Sherman said, maybe all I know is that the Ebens are supposed to have manipulated DNA in primates long before humans were created. So there must have been a series of experiments like Neanderthal before Cro-Magnon. And Neanderthal is gone. So who knows what's on the agenda for humans? Centuries of genetic manipulation by other intelligences was reinforced for me in 1999 by a retired Defense Intelligence Agency analyst. He said those alien presences have based themselves underground in various parts of this earth, and at least one type has been terraforming this planet and genetically manipulating Earth life for some 270 million years. And he said they made the dinosaurs, that it was an 85 million year laboratory experiment, that this planet Earth is considered a laboratory. The DIA analyst was especially interested in the resurrection technology described by abductees Linda Porter. He knew all about the cloning technology from his DIA work, and he described how concerned he and his superiors were about human body containers camouflaging the conflicts of an alien presence through the often chaotic evolution of Homo sapien to Homo sapien sapien. Who are we really? Does someone else own or battle to keep ownership of Earth? Are humans unwitting pawns in a multi-level chess game? If we are, is there an alien ally, a Prometheus or Enki trying to help us advance more rapidly in order to better survive, as Sergeant CJ said? Is there truly some kind of alien threat from beyond the alien presence underground on Earth in our solar system? Like what happens if Osiris or Zeus or Jehovah or Nabu return? Our planet is now in the midst of its 6th mass extinction of plants and animals because of humanity's spread around the planet, destroying and paving over so much ground that once sustained abundant Earth life. We are currently experiencing the worst period of die-offs since the loss of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Scientists estimate we're now losing animals, plants, and insects at 1,000 to 10,000 times the rate prior to the 20th century, with dozens of species going extinct every day. That means by the end of this 21st century, as many as 30 to 50% of all Earth species could be gone. Perhaps the non-human intelligences which watch this planet can see humanity's own future hanging in a balance, but will not allow humans to destroy the Earth laboratory. Perhaps that is why the aliens increased their interference at nuclear missile sites and human abductions, despite aggressive government efforts to keep everything about the alien presence a big secret. One fact is certain. No matter who made humans or why, life on Earth is not guaranteed. But if the chokehold on the truth were released and the entire human family could know everything the governments and the militaries are hiding about an alien presence on this planet that still manipulates DNA and harvests Earth life, perhaps human tribal warfare would slow down in the alien concocted Garden of Eden where a reptile was the teacher. In November 1984, I was a speaker at the University of Nebraska with astronomer and QFOS founder J. Allen Hynek, PhD. I presented about animal mutilations, and Dr. Hynek talked about UFOs, and afterwards he said to me, "Linda, let's let our hair down with each other." And I thought, wow, I'm going to learn what Hynek really knows about UFOs and ETs. And we went to a quiet room away from the conference buzz, and to my surprise, he began with these words: "The most important book I have ever read and hope that you will read too is Theosophy by Rudolf Steiner." And in that book, first written in 1922, Steiner summed up his understanding about the relationship between the human mind, body, and soul, and that the soul is the animating force of all matter bodies. Neither Hynek nor I knew that he would pass into another dimension only a year and a half later from a brain tumor. And I would not learn from abductees about the ET soul transfer technology for 7 more years until 1991, when abductee Linda Porter illustrated seeing the human soul life force radiating that gold-orange light as it moved from the dying man's body into another body cloned by a praying mantis and a gray Eben type. But one realization has become very true for me. There is a secret war on Earth, past, present, and probably future. One group of other intelligences want to see humans evolve into oneness with the divine field responsible for all matter worlds. Another intelligence wants to stunt human evolution so it can continue to harvest us genetically for its own self-serving purposes. This is the confusion of contradictory literature and conflicting religions throughout human history. Religious inspirations have been used to homogenize various human groups to make them more controllable by the competing intelligences, but those have often been ET manipulations, not honest guidance from the divine field. Maybe like political factions, the dark party and the light party are competing over legislation to legalize the production of cloned android life outside the force of creation's recycling program of a finite number of souls. Maybe some souls are captured and put into clone bodies, which is fouling up the divine field's process. Other clones might never receive souls. That political issue about cloning for galactic trade or alien wars might explain why dramas of resurrected saviors from Osiris in Egypt to Christ in ancient Palestine have appeared to humanity. Osiris and Christ were beings with human bodies and mysterious divinity who empathized and emphasized that death in the body does not end life for the soul and spirit. That concept underlies the Egyptian obsession with mummies and sacred rites to protect the soul at the moment of death from competing forces. If there is a finite number of souls, as the government whistleblower told me once, and that they are under a strictly regulated God force recycling program, then clone bodies and androids might end up outside, excluded from that recycling process. The full scope of this complex, multi-layered chess game for souls, spirits, and bodies of humans, extraterrestrials, angels, and time travelers might be beyond human ability to understand. One scientist in New England, who has also been abducted by gray beings who repaired his diseased heart, told me that he was shown holograms that depicted a series of universes in pairs, mirrored images, each the opposite of the other, from the subatomic to the macro. He said, quote, "Our universe is paired to another universe which is completely opposite of this one. There, the skies are glowing white with dark suns. Colors are indescribable and iridescent. Time flows to the past like a conveyor belt. At the moment of death, in our universe, we move through a tunnel to change charge in order for the soul to move into the mirror universe where it is all light. There, time moves to the past, and souls return back here in this universe in a route that he said was drawn for him by the aliens as our infinity symbol. Perhaps the unique isolation each human feels and the peculiar melancholy a dark sky filled with stars can evoke has something to do with knowledge that is buried in our genes and our souls, a sensing of ancient intimacies with other beings and other worlds. Now, in this time of revolution, when the whole world will know we are not alone in this universe, our greatest challenge as a species will be to stand up unafraid before the old gods and watchers. Ultimately, I am convinced there is a common bond among all life forms ebbing and flowing on spirals of different frequencies supported by a singular force, an invisible matrix of energy from which everything emerges and to which everything returns.
Linda Moulton Howe,
Hi, Mike.
we have you back in Manchester, UK.
Yes, I really am glad to be here. I love this city.
And it's we're only 2 days away from the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11.
I know. It's hard to believe, actually. And I think in my own work, that what has been unfolding for me since 2017 have been whistleblowers that have been coming from a variety of directions, but the two most significant have been U.S. Navy SEALs. I know their background, I've seen their documents, I know photos, I know places that they have been. And when one sits in front of me, as I'm going to share in Awakening, and says, I have seen the photographs of humanoids that are based in Antarctica, and that what he has seen with his own eyes 2 miles down under ice are hieroglyphs that archaeologists that he was in, that was the mission, was a scientist had been in there studying all this ancient archaeology 2 miles down under the ice. And the Navy SEAL gets to walk one of these huge rooms, 9-acre rooms, ceilings. One SEAL tells me he's been there in 2012. The SEAL that I have been able to videotape, voice altered in background, he was there in 2004. So I have two completely different SEALs. They're describing exactly the same kind of architecture. Black basalt, symbols that the archaeologist, that the 2003 Navy SEAL, his task was to go in and do what the SEALs call extract. That's when they have somebody who is there on mission and the SEALs come to get them out, to take them someplace else. So he got to talk with this archaeologist at great length. And he said that the archaeologist compared thousands. We're not talking a few symbols. We're talking whole walls, 40 feet high, completely covered with symbols that the archaeologist says are somewhere in between Mayan and Egyptian and are neither. And that they took an instrument and they penetrated where all these thousands of symbols are, and they all go in 7 centimeters, which is about 3.5 inches. But they're thin, they're carved into this dense black basalt on an even 7 centimeters. And the SEAL said to me, in discussing with the scientist, we can't even comprehend how you would do this unless there is something that interacts literally with the molecular level of the basalt and turns it into these very refined, evenly deep symbols. The SEAL said that when you would walk into these big 9-acre rooms, they can't see supports. So imagine that you're in a 9-acre room and you're looking, there's a ceiling, but there are no supports. The SEAL who was there in 2012 independently has his own unbelievable story that I'm sharing at Awakening. Mm-hmm. He said that he was in a space and they knew by measurement of what they were doing from satellite that the ceiling was at least 80 feet high, no supports. Both SEALs tell me the same thing, that the conclusion is that the very material of which the ceilings are made is neutralizing gravity, self-activating software neutralizing gravity. It's not something that the human mind is used to seeing or even comprehending.
Is this definitely ET then, and not an ancient civilization?
Ask him the same question, both. And they both say, we're not dealing at all with anything human. We are dealing with ancient extraterrestrial interactions with this planet going back probably millions of years, and this is another important part of my presentation for the Awakening. When you ask the question, when was the last time that Antarctica was free of ice? The consensus in terms of geophysics is that you have to go back to at least 34 million years ago. There was a period around 14 million years ago where it might have heated up and become drier and then gone back to ice. But the big division is 34 to 33 million years ago. And what had been happening for the previous 70 million, that is the disconnect from Pangea when all of the land was all hooked together, and a portion that became this roundish Antarctica starts coming down for at least 70 million years, moving south. The whole time, for at least 70 million and probably longer, the entire moving Pangea continent that we know as Antarctica was tropical. The pollens, the seeds, it's all tropical, high temperature land. Until, and it's a huge mystery what happened between 34 million and 33 million years ago. And that is when ice began rapidly to build up to 2 miles and in a few places 3 miles on this round continent. So the question that both SEALs said to me, could 62-acre sites, half a dozen of them, that are now 2 miles under ice. The 2012 SEAL got there by going in on a submarine, coming out, and said to him, one of the most astonishing things is that they came out of the submarine into what looked like a molded piece.
How did they know where to look?
Oh, we're dealing with ice penetrating, ground penetrating radar. We know a lot about what is 2 miles and 3 miles down. It isn't being shared with the public, but our government and probably other governments know quite a bit.
Did they say that it's ever military from other countries there as well, or is it pretty much America that's...
In terms of the SEALs, they would come, the Spartan 1 in the video that I'm sharing at Awakening, they came into McMurdo. They came in on aircraft carrier, launches a helicopter. The helicopter goes to McMurdo. They get on half tracks. They go up toward the Beardmore Glacier, and that is the jump off to how they get to this deep underground through an octagonal structure. The other Navy SEAL who was there in 2012, he's the one who came in under on a submarine to this 2-mile deep entrance. And he said that it was astonishing that as they come out, most submarines, if they're that deep, there has to be some sort of a decompression airlock thing. And he said the whole structure, they came in on the submarine, and when they move, just like the SEAL from 2004, 3-4, the walls move with you with light, that the temperature stays between 68 and 72 degrees Fahrenheit, that they have looked for the energy source. They cannot find anything that has wires. There's nothing that we would recognize, and yet, if it is 33 to 34 million years old, it is still sustaining a structural integrity with temperature, with pressure. And he said, when you realize that you're in a place, I'm walking, that's what Spartan 1 told me. He said, I am walking, it takes me 15 minutes to walk from one end of one room to the other. This is how big the structures are. And he said, you have light that is moving with you. You have this even temperature. You're looking up at ceilings, and there is no structure that is going up. And they are maybe 33 to 34 million years old.
Are these crafts or buildings?
Well, maybe, but the idea is that these structures would be what our government has described in extraterrestrial investigations for a long time, self-activating software. That we are dealing with advanced intelligences that know how to take a wall, put in at the atomic level programming, just like we would do software in a computer, only they're doing it with structure. And both of the SEALs said, if you think about 2 miles of ice on any structure that humans could make on the earth, it would not sustain 2 miles of ice. It would collapse. SEAL Spartan 1, who was there in August of 2003, he says that when you know that you are 2 miles down and you're looking at these ceilings that have no support structures, he said it's incomprehensible to the human mind when you know where you are and you know how much weight there is above. And therefore, the ceilings have to be some kind of self-activating software that are sustaining because they are neutralizing gravity, and there must be some change in the physics between these deep structures and all of the ice. Sort of in a way that the existence of these structures to the SEALs who have been there are living evidence of something that is not comprehensible to them.
How does it affect them, that? How do they process? Have they struggled with this experience?
Well, but they both have said the same thing to me. And it's one of the reasons why Spartan 1 did the video interview with his colleague who is a Marine, Spartan 2. He said, when I was there to extract that scientist, and I'm looking at all of these symbols in this dark, dark volcanic basalt, walking 15 minutes from one end of one quote-unquote room to another. Each of the facilities, 62 acres, 6 at least that he knew of. He said to me, "Linda, why shouldn't every human on the surface of this planet know about what we are going to in a military way that's 2 miles under ice in Antarctica?" And that is the everyman question. If this exists, why? What would be any possible reason for why humanity on the surface of this planet should not be told everything there is to know and show about huge architecture deep under the ice of Antarctica? Why? What is it that our government and other governments know that they don't want the surface life to know? Okay, go another step. Spartan 1, his Marine colleague, the other SEAL, they've all been exposed to this same information. They have been shown photographs that the exact same symbols that are carved in that basalt in Antarctica. They have seen photographs that we have taken on Mars, and they have seen photographs that have been taken on an interior base on the moon. And they say all of the symbols match. The implication is what I've been told by a Defense Intelligence Agency analyst in December of 1999, a meeting that took an entire month to set up. All of us had to travel. There were 3 people, including myself, and the whole goal of that meeting had to do with information that I had in Glimpses Volume 2, my 3rd book, about what abductees call resurrection technology. And these are illustrations by half a dozen people who are abductees who say that there are cloning technologies that will sustain cloned bodies inside of light, and that these are used in technologies by non-humans to access a camouflage of a human body, that by doing these clones that they can become conscious beings that move around on the earth, and humans would never know. That particular work in Glimpses Volume 2 was of great interest to the man who set this meeting up with me that took a month. I know because I saw his credentials, I saw his ID card. He worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency. And when we had this meeting in December of 1999, it went on for 7 hours. And he said, my job, working for the Defense Intelligence Agency for 23 years, so 99 minus 23, when he began, was to monitor and analyze the conflicting competition of 3 extraterrestrial biological civilizations in conflict with each other on and apparently over something about this planet. In that context, in talking to me, he said these words, Linda, our government has proof that 3 competing extraterrestrial civilizations have been using this planet as a laboratory for genetic manipulation for at least 270 million years. I asked him what the proof was. He said it would be too dangerous for me to tell you. And I said, well, 270 million years is before the time of the dinosaurs. And he looked me straight in the eye and he said, one of the 3 competing groups made the dinosaurs as an 80 million plus year long experiment. And he said, the part that bothers us We think it was the ebens, the ones with the heads that are shaped like this and a pear-shaped chin, not this, but more this. He said, the ebens have demonstrated for us, meaning humans, in DIA, CIA, NSA, military, and intel, that they can move matter in this universe into another dimension or another timeline, and they do it all of the time. He said 66 million years ago, something was headed for this planet that was 6 miles in diameter. We call it an asteroid. Was it an asteroid? Were they responsible for it? He said, because it is that 6 mile wide, what we have called this a scientific analysis, that it must have been an asteroid piece, 6 miles in diameter, and it plunges into what we call the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of the Yucatan and makes the Chicxulub crater. That's our evidence. He said, we just can't understand. That took out 95% of surface life on Earth, including all of the dinosaurs. If this was their experiment, they could have moved that 6 mile diameter object into timeline or another dimension, and there never ever would have been any collision. And he said, so what bothers us? What else can we conclude? But they did an 80 million plus year experiment. Dinosaurs. And then, is this the way they ended it? By taking out 95% of all Earth surface life. And when he said that, he knows that he is talking to one of the few investigative reporters ever on the planet who investigated animal mutilations, coming to another question where we meet in an intersection. Why would extraterrestrial biological entities, which is a government phrase, no matter what they look like, no matter what their source, whether there's 5 here or 105, why for at least a century would they take an ear, eye, jaw flesh, tongue, genitals, and 99% of the rectal area is cored out, all over this planet since at least the early 1960s. No blood, no fluid at the excisions, and the part that has baffled law enforcement in every hemisphere and country. How can it be done and there's no tracks around the body? When I say that, I mean there's no tracks of the animal that is found lying on its side with these excisions of tissue. And that is why law enforcement always said, whatever we're dealing with, it is coming from above, it is taking the animals from the pasture where they are found, it is taking them someplace else, doing the excisions, then returning the animal not bleeding back somewhere near where it was picked up. And that is why a sheriff said to me in 1979, Linda, the perpetrators of the worldwide animal mutilations are creatures from outer space.
We've got so much evidence, Linda, with ancient artifacts around the world, UFO sightings, the cattle mutilations, the discoveries in Antarctica. What is it going to take for the general public to actually take note? Is Antarctica going to be the key that unlocks the door, do you think? A discovery that becomes more commercially viable over the next couple of years?
I am personally convinced that the answer to your question is that there has to be a complete philosophical makeover of all government, military, and political, we'll call them power brokers on this planet, they've got to do a 180 degree that says lying perpetually as policies of denial about the presence of other life forms on this planet, based on this planet, underground, based on the moon, based on Mars, and probably throughout the solar system and beyond. That to have had, at least since 1947, official policies in the United States that were reflected by our World War II allies, England, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, that the public is to be lied to for the foreseeable future. And that is the way they speak. The public and the media at all costs are to know nothing about the presence of extraterrestrials on this planet and throughout the solar system. 47 to 97 to 2007 to 2019. We're still on a planet in which the so-called power brokers are treating the mass of humanity as if we were 2-year-olds that cannot be told the truth. And there can be only one reason to me why this would be perpetuated today. And that is because there is a 0.5% of the power brokers on this planet that are making all kinds of barter system profit. The SEALs tell me they know firsthand. We have interstellar trade. We are working with ally extraterrestrials and have been since the 1970s. Interstellar trade. Your own UK citizen, Gary McKinnon, back in 2001, when he made this announcement that he had stumbled into our computer networks, which were not safe and apparently protected at that time in the United States. And he saw spreadsheet, non-terrestrial pilots, lists. Clearly, he stumbled into something that relates to exactly what the Navy SEALs and others are telling me in 2019. Interstellar trade routes. And when I said, well, what would we, humans, Homo sapiens sapien on planet Earth, what would we be trading? And the answer was, you, meaning Earth, you need rare metals. We're running out of rare metals. We're running out of helium on Earth. There's a vast galaxy here, and we are collaborating with non-humans who know how to go to X, Y, and Z and bring us what we need, and that they are interested in some of the technologies that humans make on Earth, and it goes to them. Suddenly, the reason for why the power brokers of Earth would have any incentive in 2019 to keep this from the planet begins to emerge. Profit.
How important are whistleblowers to mankind?
In my professional life, and I started getting into this whole issue of what kind of alien intelligence could be interacting with our planet. That was in 1979 when I started working on the documentary A Strange Harvest about the animal mutilations. It was clear to me within 1 month of going to sites of these animals, and there's no blood, there's no fluid, there's no tracks. You cannot investigate real animal mutilations for a month and come away and say that there's any possibility of humans doing this. The government would like everybody to buy into their mantra that it's predator, disease, or satanic cults. I went to a Catholic priest. He was doing exorcisms for a large church in Denver, Colorado. I asked him if he would come to my office, and I laid out maybe 50, 60 photographs of various mutilated animals. And I asked him, I said, "Sir, would you look at these photographs and tell me if you have seen any of this in satanic cult rituals?" And the priest who did exorcisms for that Catholic diocese, he looked at all the photographs and he turned to me and he said, no, none of this. I said, why? He said, when you're dealing with satanic cults, you're dealing with blood, and lots of blood. You're showing me photograph after photograph, there's no blood. He said, that's not what I deal with. But the governments of this planet have tried to reduce the animal mutilations to predators, disease, or satanic cults. The one subject that even the DIA, the guy who met with me for 7 hours, told me all kinds of knowledge from his point of view about the relationship of varying competing ETs who had manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien in all the varieties we know, from Homo erectus, standing up for the first time in Africa 2 million years ago, all the way through Denisovans and Neanderthal and now to us. Why were we made to replace Neanderthal? And if the seals are right, if this huge, multiple site 2 miles under ice in Antarctica, and in one place 3 miles deep, if the last time that it could have been constructed at that size was before the ice buildup that started 33 to 34 million years ago, does that mean that this architecture has been functioning for 34 million years with non-humans coming and going or not? And that when we finally, through World War II and Adolf Hitler's obsession with extraterrestrials from Aldebaran, that he wanted to make blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned beings be the dominant population of the earth, and that that's why he did killings that were abhorrent to every human mind, and then animal mutilations. The track of all of that through that DIA analyst to me in December of 1999 was the key to understanding this planet, the non-human intelligences that have warred with each other over this planet. It's a laboratory. He said, it's my understanding so far there are not many planets like this. We're 2/3 water, deep, deep water, with land that was congealed. That's what Pangaea and Gondwanaland was about. And then over a period of time, because of dynamics with the geophysical interior of this planet, that the lands began to break up and go into the separate lands that we know. But if there are competing civilizations that move their way through the Milky Way galaxy and the universe, by collecting whatever is the genetic material of life forms so that they can make it in cloned containers that they then can use to put themselves into any planet, anywhere, camouflaged by that life form, then one of the biggest treasures. It's hard for humans to think about this, but when you get to this bigger picture, the biggest treasure would always be retrieving genetic material that could be preserved to make clones for whatever would be the reason. And that man that night, December of 1999, said this planet is considered a laboratory. It has perfect conditions, and these conditions do not exist everywhere. Three competing, these were his words, three competing extraterrestrial biological civilizations conflicting in this planet, all of them doing genetic experiments. Would that explain why, in the evolution of standing up primates on Earth, that if you go back, say, 35, 45,000 years, and you come to the overlap with Neanderthal, one of the questions he posed, he said the Ebens said that they are surprised that there are 5 main different races, because they did, this was the quote, they didn't start their experiment out to end up with 5 different genetic populations. So how did that happen? And his answer to me in December of 1999 was, we are beginning to understand that in the competing civilizations, they will do genetic manipulations in the same populations of a preceding group. And therefore, none of the 5 or 3 that would be involved in the beginning would have complete control over what had happened. They started experiments, other things came, and he was basically describing for me that night. I remember driving back to Philadelphia from where I had traveled, thinking, we are on a planet in which humans war and kill each other over the color of their skin, whose God is superior to another's God. And what that man just revealed to me on December of 1999 is that all of these differences were set in motion by competing extraterrestrial groups, and we humans are left in the dark, not only by those genetically manipulating, we are left in the dark by our own human power brokers. And this is why, in 2019, I have come to see all of my work for the last 40 years trying to get to the bottom of all this. It is a story of abuse of humanity.
I agree with that, Linda. I'm conscious of time, Linda, and we're coming to a very special date in the calendar, Saturday the 20th of July 2019. It's the 50th anniversary of mankind's greatest achievement, so they say. So Linda, please tell me everything you know about NASA and Apollo 11. You must have met lots of interesting characters when it comes to the moon landing.
I've interviewed a lot of astronauts.
Tell me everything you know.
I think one of the most surprising revelations to me in my career was talking to a good friend of Neil Armstrong. And I was the supervising producer on what was a TV series in the United States. And when we started laying out what we were going to do, I wanted to try to interview as many astronauts as I could, and I set out to do this. And the one at the top of my list was Neil Armstrong. Now, I thought that it would be simple getting a hold of astronauts. And this was for the series Sightings, where I was working with people at Paramount, and the distributor would be Fox. And it actually, what I'm describing, was broadcast in October of 1991. So these were big boxes in Hollywood, Paramount and Fox. You would think that I, as the supervising producer of the Sighting series, that I could call anybody and say, I am trying to get a hold of Neil Armstrong to do an interview, and constantly it was, he just does not do interviews, he does not talk. it became puzzling to me. This was the first man from the Earth, in terms of how he became known to the world, to step on the surface of the moon. Why would he be inaccessible? So that really kept me going. And finally, there was a source who said, I know one of his best friends. They were pilots together. And he said, I can get you a meeting with his best friend. So within a short period of time, it was one of those where you meet somebody at a restaurant to sit down to try to, for me, was what is the mystery about that Neil Armstrong is hidden and not interacting with the planet. And this pilot, we'll call him the pilot friend, he said, remember the big New York ticker tape parade when they got back from the moon and we'd all seen the NASA footage? He said, I called him up. We were the best of friends. And I said, Neil, I wanted to just come and sit down and talk with you about this. And he said, he sounded depressed. It was not like my old friend. I was really confused in the phone call. But he said, come. And he said that night his family was out. He was alone in the house. And he said, and when I got there, instead of, you would think, you know, he was looking at the ground. He wasn't looking at my eyes. He asked me into the front door. I said, Neil, what's wrong? And he said, the house was dark. There was just a dim light here and there. Neil Armstrong took him into a living room, motioned to a place for him to sit, and Neil Armstrong sort of sunk into, it's the way he said it, a sofa where somebody just collapses and they're kind of crunched. And he said, I asked him again, what is wrong? And he said that Neil Armstrong, looking at the floor, not at him, said, remember the dust? And what he meant was, when the limb was coming down, there was a moment where NASA comes in and says, people can go back and watch this. There are rocks, and they're having to turn the lander. And you see smoke in the window, not smoke, dust. That night, the pilot says, when he asked this to Neil Armstrong, and Neil says, remember the dust? He said, I had to turn because there were 3 huge silver discs right on the border of the crater that would have gone to the whole world. When the pilot said that that night they talked, he talked in more detail, but he said he realized that his old pilot friend just didn't have it in him to go out like a quote-unquote, he said, like a monkey on a chain, to interact with the world that was being kept completely in the dark about what clearly the astronauts had been exposed to, the United States government knew, UK all the way going back to World War II. It's very clear that Churchill and Eisenhower knew that there was something in the skies that they couldn't understand and did maneuvers that they couldn't duplicate. And that Neil Armstrong was so honest that the idea that he would go out and do a show, it would be a show, it would be theatrical, and he was not an actor, and so he chose to pull himself back from public displays on purpose because he couldn't stomach it. And that pilot explained to me everything that went right up to Neil Armstrong's passing in just the most recent time, when people were going back and saying, why did he disappear after July of 1969 and the ticker tape parade? That was the last big public display. And that pilot, that night in Los Angeles, when I was working on sightings, I think explained the truth. And I share that because to me that is a metaphor for everything that is wrong now on planet Earth. The disconnect between the power brokers, the politicians, and the governments that have allied themselves or aligned themselves in policies of denial and lies since World War II at least, from a population around this planet in 2 hemispheres in which every year people are encountering lights, beams, sometimes entities in their house or their farm, animal mutilations. And we are living then on a planet that is totally concocted. Everything about this is now concocted. The past mythologies, even past religions, are part of a kind of theatrical explanation for what the truth is. That this planet, this solar system, this moon, Mars, and beyond, as that man said to me that night, December of 1999, our planet has had 3 competing extraterrestrial civilizations for at least 270 million years.
There's a thing, last question is, Linda, something huge on social media at the moment, hashtag Raid Area 51. Have you signed up to the group, Linda?
No, I understand
Come
the
on,
whole
Linda.
the whole thing is somebody's ruse and hoax. But
What would happen if it happened?
exactly, and how many people, upon seeing that headline, that 400,000 people were signing up to
There's a million, I
try
think, now.
to overwhelm Area 51. It's not possible. They are prepared for Russia, China, anybody, right? No, nobody is going to storm Area 51. But here is the part that people should pay attention to. How many of you, myself included, upon seeing that headline, didn't go, yes, it's not going to happen that way. But the metaphor is Area 51, China Lake, Wright, Patterson, the list goes on and on. They have been part of the policy of denial and cover-up since at least World War II, if not since 1941. And there is the major disconnect. How many people, and the whistleblowers that have been coming to me for quite a while, because they live it. They get into a special ops, and then they know they're seeing photographs or they're face to face with non-humans. And then they step back and say to me, they come to me, say, for example, because I am an investigative reporter and I'm always trying to be guided by the pressure of fact. I want fact, I would like evidence. And they come to me to say, I have seen ETs. I have encountered, like Fravor, the UFO coming through to the Stars Academy that ended up on the the front page and the upper half of the New York Times back on December 16, 2017. That was a big day. That was a big headline, and it began what feels like an effort by some people in control who are trying to say, if we come into this through the pilots And the pilots are saying that what they are seeing on infrared are doing maneuvers at speeds, 90-degree angles, and perfect stops that a human body could not sustain. And that's what the Navy pilots have said. So maybe right now, as we are almost the last half of 2019, 2020 has always been another one of those big decade markers. I personally will be very surprised if by January 1st, 2020, we haven't gotten something like that headline that we have all deserved as a species for at least 35,000 years, if not a million years. We are not alone in this universe. We never have been. And here's the most important part. Every military and intel whistleblower I have ever communicated with, the remote viewers who remote viewed for the Defense Intelligence Agency and the CIA, we have allies, there are neutrals, and there are hostiles. And the hostiles, for reasons that are not clear, would like to annihilate surface life on Earth. Probably in the old battles that the DIA guy told me have been raging for 270 million years over this laboratory. But hang on to the fact that we have allies. And one man working in a military unit who has dealt with ETs said, those allies have kept humanity alive. And as we go into the future, if all the people in every country of this planet were told the truth, the whole truth, and it is put in the box that we have allies that have cared about us, maybe even felt sorry for us as a manipulated, genetically created species. They have been protecting us. And the SEALs and everybody says, as far as we know, Linda, we have allies. And they have protected us from more things than anybody would believe. And as long as you look into the future, Spartan 1 said, those allies are going to help us, and we should all know the truth.
Have you watched any of the episodes of Unidentified with Tom DeLonge?
I'm aware.
They seem to be using the word threat quite a lot, which is a bit disturbing after about 3 shows. What's your take on that? Because it seems a little bit suspicious now to me.
Well, I know Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLonge and that group. I like them. Steve Justice, who came out of Lockheed, very, very intelligent, wonderful human. I think that the threat aspect is there. Maybe you would say that TTSA evolved because there was a change in Pentagon psychology. We have to move from a policy of denial and lies. And how do we do it with China, Russia, other countries on the earth, so that we begin telling the public the truth, but we have to protect our military interests. And that, as the remote viewers have said, as the military whistleblowers have said, if you have allies, neutrals, and threats, all 3 are there ever present, then a question to every military mind on this planet: when do the hostiles become stronger than the allies?
On the Unidentified, they had a pilot, a serving pilot, and he's telling these wonderful stories. How can he keep his job after that? Because he's pretty much just come out and said it. He's a whistleblower out in the open now. I'm curious, how does that work in America?
Okay. David Fravor was the pilot who was doing the Tic Tac video, the FLIR. I interviewed him, and he said that what they were watching to any pilot, you cannot have something that is moving at a few thousand miles an hour, stop on a dime, do 90-degree turns, and say there's a human pilot in there. The physics and the biology, the biology would die. So that was the first thing that caught I think it was 22-year long career. A Navy pilot who is watching in infrared motions that he knows cannot be a human pilot in a normal vehicle in the sky. He was not the only one. There have been pilots going from World War II on who saw all kinds of extraordinary things. So the pilots, by training and definition, would be the first ones on the line who would be reporting to their superiors. Here's what happened. This cannot be us. What is it? In that context, a policy of denial from FDR to Truman began. When you look back at that period of history that led into between World War I and World War II, the whole planet was more agitated. World War II comes, and all of these strange, unidentified area vehicles are still being reported by pilots. I can sort of understand how from FDR to Truman, they would have said, let's not talk about this until we understand what we are dealing with. I can sort of understand that. When General Eisenhower became president, he knew probably the most of anybody on the planet. He made some kind of a policy decision to extend Truman's and it says in the policies that I've seen, at all costs, the public and the media are not to know. At all costs in government and militaries means terminal death for anybody who breaks this policy. So that's how we came out of World War II. When you look back at the center of World War II being caused by Adolf Hitler, who made public speeches about how he was going to be working with extraterrestrials from Aldebaran and putting these blondes in charge of the Earth, maybe that is what was the context for all of the Eisenhower, Truman, nobody is to know until we understand. And now it is decades later. Lou Elizondo and Steve Justice and Jim Semivan and Hal Puthoff and Kit Green and all of those people who want to understand as much as I do or you do. They have had the difficult razor's edge of doing scientific investigations, military investigations, in which the financial support, for the most part, has come from the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense, by definition, in any country on the planet, keeps everything it's doing as a secret. So that has fed the constant policy of denial. I think that when To the Stars, Louis Elizondo, who did work in the Pentagon, that somebody made a decision. We have got to start laying ground in which we can start opening up some of the truth. So I see it as a positive step. Their TV series on the History Channel is focusing on, ironic to me, Project Blue Book, because I have interviewed at least 3 people who worked either in the CIA or in a military context in the 1950s, and they all 3 told me there was a Project Blue Book that the CIA was controlling. There was a Project Blue Book that was supposed to be an Air Force interface. And there was a real Project Blue Book coming out of Fort Belvoir in Virginia. And that real CIA analysts were seeing real films of real UFOs, of real non-human autopsies, of which there were several done. And that the 3 Project Blue Books are quintessential counter-intel. You get 3 projects, 2 are real. This one goes to the public. That is the same name, but the difference is the 2 that are being controlled by military and intel, you only have a very specific access by numbers and codes. Project Blue Book that was to the public, it was phony. And the man who went into the greatest detail for me about the phoniness of the public Project Blue Book was Lieutenant Colonel Philip J. Corso, the author of The Day After Roswell. And he spoke to me as being a friend as well as an employee to General Arthur Trudeau, who came to the, I guess you would say, that General Eisenhower during World War II, who became president, he said that one of the people that he respected the most was General Arthur Trudeau, the only PhD in chemistry in the United States military was General Arthur Trudeau. General Eisenhower becomes president, and he taps General Arthur Trudeau to be the first head of the investigative unit that the Army would have. And Philip J. Corso said it was because General Eisenhower said to, and President, to General Arthur Trudeau, his respected ally in World War II, the CIA is an enemy. Now, that may seem harsh today, but the insight to the new president, putting General Arthur Trudeau in charge of the first, basically scientific research agency that the Army would have, they trusted the Army because that was their home. That is where they fought in World War II. They didn't trust outside. So when Lieutenant Philip Corso wrote The Day After Roswell, and it is about how General Trudeau, taking orders from General Eisenhower, now President of the United States, in those orders was to all of the retrievals of extraterrestrial technology were to be hand carried to the Pentagon, to General Arthur Trudeau's office in the Pentagon. And that's where Philip J. Corso said he met with the general, is handed and told his assignment will be to hand carry piece by piece extraterrestrial technology. They were not beating around the bush. That was the word that was used. And that General Trudeau, under President Eisenhower's assignment, would be to have one person and one person only, let's say in Lockheed, or Corning Glass. Corning Glass played a very important role, and most people don't know this. And that one person that the general would have had a meeting with, explain why it was vital that it would be absolutely kept close to the vest, and that technology would be transported by Philip J. Corso, handed for that corporation. And this was the goal. This is what explains everything. The best hide would be to get all of these various technologies patented by American corporations. And once that had occurred, then the whole rest of the world could not have access, and the American public could not have access, because it would be patented inside of American corporations. That the eyes of the beings that she was dealing with were vertical like a cat's. Neil Armstrong sat down on a sofa, is looking down at the floor when he says, you know, when the LEM was coming down and all that dust came up, there were 3 huge silver craft right at the edge of the crater. This strange cylindrical thing comes up outside of the window of their spacecraft. He said, I took 35 photographs with a Hasselblad, highest resolution instrument you could possibly take.
So what are your thoughts in regards to where the moon came from? Was it formed from Earth, or has it arrived from outside our solar system?
It was only a couple of years after I had done the documentary A Strange Harvest for the CBS station in Denver that a man who was working with an abductee came to me and said, I'm working with a man, he's going to go to Peru. He has had interactions with gray beings and a variety of beings, and he says they have shown him through some hologram, as well as told him that our moon is a machine, that it is hollow, that it is filled with what we would call computer equipment, and that it has been used as a monitoring and manipulation station by non-humans of their laboratory experiment of Earth for millions of years. And I can still remember how I felt as this man was sitting across from me. He had an engineering background, and he was working with the abductee because the abductee had had some information that caught the engineer's attention at a technology level. So I've always thought back that that was the first time that I was exposed to this idea. As time went on, I have talked with people who have worked in government intel agencies on what is called the alien presence problem. And a couple of times when I've said, I've been told by an abductee that the moon is a machine filled with computers. It watches, observes, downloads, uploads information to someone somewhere else in the universe. Twice, people who would be CIA, NSA have said, it's absolutely right. And then when you say, can you give me more details? You can't get anything more than that the moon is a machine.
So when you look up at the night sky and see the moon, do you see moon dust and rocks, or do you actually think behind that there is a machine?
There is a song that I came up with in the 80s to myself. I call it The Hollow Moon. The hollow moon, rising like an eye of stone, rising white and all alone, always watching, always listening to the earth below. I think it's true.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know a single person who could tell you, me, anyone, who precisely has territory with computers, downloading, uploading. When you go to people who say that they have actually been on the moon and have dealt with something of an alien presence, whether they were photographing from a LEM or whatever, they will say they know that there are grays, they know that there's something else. And in 2019, if I were asked, what is the biggest significant change in the last 40 years about the whole issue of an alien presence, who are they, and what is the agenda, and where are they from? This is a big evolutionary change. If you go back to Betty and Barney Hill, New Hampshire, 1961, it was the first human abduction case to make a TV series. Odd grays. Betty Hill did drawings. They were not the classic pear-shaped heads. They were not the classic pointed chins like Whitley Strieber. And she said they told her that in the realm of alien intelligence interacting with the Earth, they were renegades. But what did that mean? And then if you read what Betty herself wrote, she talked about a dream that occurred within a week or two after the abduction with her husband. And she put it into the category of a dream. But I have now interviewed 1,600 and some people. And when you are in that category of the human abductee, always it is the dream where the information comes about what is happening. And one of my standard questions, if somebody had missing time on a Friday on March 12th, and you are interviewing them about what they remember, which is largely what they don't remember, and then if it's fresh and you say, let's see what happens in the next month. A vivid dream, just like life, usually it will happen within 2 weeks. So when Betty described this vivid dream, she said that the eyes of the beings that she was dealing with were vertical like a cat's. Completely different than the depiction in her illustrations, Barney's illustrations. And it makes you wonder, if you go back from 61 and then you come up to 2019 and you see all of the baseball caps with little grays on them, and you go to some conferences like in Roswell and they're depicting grays as the only non-human. It's always with black eyes that are big. It's my impression in 2019, truly, that all of the entities that have been sketched with these kinds of black eyes with heads that are like this on small bodies, every one of them I would put in the category of AI, android. I think they're biological, but they are as much an artificial intelligence as we are struggling now in all over the world to make. We want robotic soldiers that will be organic and can do wars. We want to have robots that will take care of children. We want to have robots that will clean houses. We want to have robots that will fill up all of the department store. If we're doing that now, 50 years, 100 years, Homo sapiens sapien would be defined as the prime intelligence that made all of these different artificial intelligence. So starting somewhere midway in the 21st century. That's exactly the same question. I have raised that question in my own books. What is the prime? To me, the prime intelligence is the origin source of androids, clones, hybrids. And in my discussions just in the last 2 years with people who are either actively working in government agencies or they have retired, or military like SEALs and Marines, Delta Force. Their own experiences are tremendous numbers of artificial intelligence. And this would explain why it has been so confusing from 61 to 2019. Jacques Vallée, when he said, to have these many types, these many sightings, can't be extraterrestrial. Well, now, my new lens is, yes, it can be from another star system, but they base themselves on our planet in such a way that all the worker bees and all of the different assignments we humans that are dumb and blind deliberately kept out of what is actually going on. We see all these different types and all these different colors, and then that's what people report. For the most part, humans try to report what they actually have encountered and seen. And they become embarrassed if they're saying it was 3 feet high and it was blue, or it was 4 feet high and it was orange, or it was 8 feet high and it looked like a praying mantis. That happens to be a type that comes up over and over again. What I was told, this comes from a government guy. He said those 8-foot tall praying mantises, they're somebody else's. The keeper of planets is what he said. So what does that mean? He said these 8 feet tall praying mantises are made to monitor and seed life in newly developing solar systems. And they have been built to last maybe 1,000 years, so that they carry an experiment or part of the laboratory experiment on a planet inside of one mind that would then be communicating to a prime intelligence. When you sit with people who have worked for the CIA, the NSA, the DIA, the NRO, MI6, DSA, and they talk in these terms, I think that that's much closer to the truth.
So going back to some reports that you've had that the moon is basically full of computers, could that actually mean grey beings? That's where they're kind of stationed, and that's where they come from, maybe. That's where they...
Well, it's an interesting question that you're raising, but the way it was described to me, and I actually saw an illustration that an abductee did, that the moon was hollow. And interestingly enough, our own experiments out of NASA of slamming things on the moon and it rings indicates that there has to be some kind of hollowness. I've seen a drawing, it looked like computers. So an abductee, whether is it telepathy, were they taken to the moon? Were they taken inside? How much is literal eye-to-eye interaction, which is what humans would prefer to know, as opposed to telepathic downloads or holograms that are used instead of books, television, monitors, and a computer. Holograms are used more than anything else to communicate with Homo sapiens sapien. I'm convinced of that of my work. So the transmission vehicle for this information is not what the normal human is used to. But when you get drawings and people will point and say the moon is hollow, and there's equipment inside, it fits into what this government guy said. And if you add one more perspective, and that was from December of 1999, he was a man who was retiring from the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington after 23 years. He told me his job had been to monitor and analyze the geopolitical territorial conflict of 3 competing extraterrestrial civilizations on this planet and throughout our solar system. And he said that our government in the United States had proof that these civilizations have been competing with each other in our solar system and on this planet for at least 270 million years. And when I said, what is the proof? He said, Linda, if I told you, it would be too dangerous for you and for me. It's one of the most intriguing answers to a question in my entire professional career. I don't have an answer. Why would it be dangerous to know the proof of competing extraterrestrial civilizations on our planet and in the solar system for at least 270 million years? I've thought a lot about that.
So, I mean, many astronauts have come back with stories of what happened in space, on the moon even.
Yes. Go back to around 1990, and I was hired by producers at Paramount in Los Angeles to create a special from work that I had done for CNN and for a Fox station in Atlanta when I was working for CNN. And my goal was to put in a nonfiction form for television about animal mutilations, human abductions, all of it, as layers of evolutionary processes related to alien intelligences working on the Earth. And that's what I was hired then to do as an hour special. And one of the segments that I really, really wanted to do was to talk with the astronauts who had been on the moon or had orbited the moon, and had they seen UFOs or anything, because I had been told that the moon was hollow, that the moon had computers on the inside, that for literally millions of years it has been a machine that orbits our Earth, and that non-humans, through computers and through androids and clones and all kinds of artificial intelligence, there are monitoring systems of our planet. They do laboratory experiments, they interact, and that the moon as a machine is the device in which all of this monitoring is done. So I got to talk with Pete McDivitt about a very strange thing that he saw. Talked to Edgar Mitchell, talked with just a variety of different astronauts who had all seen strange things. The top of my list was Neil Armstrong, the first human to put their feet on the moon. All the other astronauts were easy. Just started doing a search, got phone numbers, called them up, took a crew, went out and talked to them. Nobody could get a phone number for Neil Armstrong. And as the senior producer and the person who was creating this series, and I had done so much work in the planet, and I had done medical programming and all, and I never had a problem. Why? I mean, he's world famous. He goes down in the history of the universe as the first man to step on the moon. And I'm working for Paramount to get a series on Fox, and I can't get a phone number to talk with him about the going to the moon. What is this about? Finally, I got a reference to a man who, in their teenage to early 20 years, they were the best friends, Neil Armstrong, and we'll just call this man John Smith. John Smith and Neil Armstrong were like this. They did jet training together. So I'm given his phone number to call up to learn what happened to Neil Armstrong. I'll never forget this dinner.
I called up this man, told him what I was doing, working on this Fox special. He said, I can't talk to you on the phone. Let's meet for dinner. And here's the story. He said, like you, I watched Neil in that ticker tape parade in New York. First man in history to put his feet on the moon. And I remember all the days that Neil and I were learning this jet and we were the closest of friends, and I called him up. And it was soon after that ticker tape, I said, Neil, and like two buddies from 18 to 21, 22 years old, can you imagine making a phone call like that? And Neil Armstrong has no reaction. And he said, it wasn't like I was talking to my old buddy at all. It's like, what is wrong here? And Neil Armstrong said to John Smith, let's not go out. You just come over to my house. He said he got there. Hardly any lights in the house. He rings the doorbell. His old buddy, Neil Armstrong, opens the door. I mean, you would think there would be, oh man! He said he was even looking at the floor. Neil Armstrong takes him into a living room. He said there was only one light on. Neil Armstrong sat down on a sofa. John Smith sat in a chair. He said, Neil, what is wrong? And he said, Neil Armstrong didn't even look at him eye to eye. Is looking down at the floor when he says, you know, when the LEM was coming down and all that dust came up, and NASA Mission Control said that they'd seen some rocks and they were having to turn right at the last minute so that they wouldn't hit the rocks. There were 3 huge silver craft right at the edge of the crater, and the camera was aimed, and we would have shown the entire world these 3 big silver craft. And that's why I turned. And then the whole evening, John Smith said, I thought I would be there for like dinner like the old days. And he said it was short. He clearly, Linda, he said, you know somebody so well. And he gave me that one insight about the truth. And he gets back and he's in New York City with a huge ticker tape parade, and he's had probably to sign non-disclosure agreements. You never talk about this. You never, ever. Would you want to go out into the world and look in people's eyes and be asked to sign autographs and be on television knowing that every single word that you were saying was a lie? After you were being put up as a hero, the first man to walk on the moon, and behind you is NASA and the CIA and the NSA saying you can never talk about the alien presence on the moon. And that's what I learned producing UFO report sightings in Los Angeles in the early 90s. And that our special aired, I think it was October maybe it was October of 91. I keep thinking of 90 because I think I had been working at Fox then. So I think it was October of 91. October 18th, 1991. It just popped in. That's the night. What was behind that special with the astronauts? Even Pete McDivitt had a Hasselblad. This strange cylindrical thing comes up outside of the window of their spacecraft. He said, I took 30, 35 photographs with a Hasselblad, highest resolution instrument you could possibly take. He said, I knew we got good photographs. I knew it was close. When they come back, everything, cameras, everything goes to various places in NASA. And he wanted to see his photos. And he went over to one of the photo labs when everything was cleared and he could. He said, I want to see my photos. And he said, the guy behind the desk said, sir, I'm sorry, they're classified. And he said, well, I'm the astronaut who took the photographs. And the NASA man went away and came back, like he went to ask somebody, and came back and said, sir, you don't have a need to know. And Pete McDivitt said, you know, what is going on here? And this is how the astronauts and all of their various stories, they would like to say, ladies and gentlemen and children of Earth, there's life on the moon, probably throughout the solar system, throughout the Milky Way galaxy. We have interstellar trade routes. We've had them since the 70s, and we're still living on a planet that makes Neil Armstrong and other astronauts lie about what they know.
The first question is going to be, what the hell is going on? It's the year 2017. What's happening? What's going on in the world? Give us a quick update. Where are we up to?
Your title, Awakening, is, I think, right on target. I started in September of 1979 trying to get to the bottom of the bloodless, trackless animal mutilations around the world. And I came out of science, I came out of medicine, the environment. Those were my beats as a TV producer, writer, director, editor. And at the time, I had been in Boston. After graduating from Stanford University, I was doing all their medical programming. And I was married at the time, and my husband had a move to Denver, and I became director of special projects at the CBS station. So I had been producing television for quite a while. And I had these very established beats: science, medicine, and the environment. And it was in that context, in September of 1979, there was an upsurge of media, newspaper and radio headlines around the state of Colorado that, and the operative word, back again, kept coming up in these stories about these bloodless, trackless animals. I had not been exposed. So I was starting with a blank slate. What did they mean? Again, what is this recycling or this repeat? So 9 months later, after going with an audio man and a cameraman for a month in a TV station wagon, where we went into Wyoming, through Colorado, into New Mexico, going to rancher after rancher, law enforcement after law enforcement, getting interviews about what the people were saying that they were dealing with. And it all probably boiled down to one of the first that I did on my own, one-on-one, which is why I think the sheriff said what he did. I had gone to see Polaroids that I knew that a sheriff up in northern Colorado had taken about 260 some photos of animal mutilations he personally had investigated. There were deputies also, but he as sheriff had personally gone out on dozens and dozens from 1974 to when I'm talking with him in 79. And there he had laid out all of these Polaroids, and we're talking about all of these bloodless, trackless cases. And I'll never forget looking at him eye to eye and hearing him say to me, "I'll save you some time. The perpetrators of these animal mutilations are creatures from outer space." And I can remember feeling like I was touching some kind of an electric wire when he said that. I literally had a physical reaction through my body as I heard the sheriff say that, not knowing that for the next 3.5 decades that this story would begin to dominate my life. I had no idea. And when the crew and I were on the road going rancher to rancher to everybody who had anything pathologist to do with animal mutilations, by the end of it took 9 months, 18-hour days. There was not a break, not once, for 9 months. And A Strange Harvest, a title that seemed to me to sum it up, a harvest of an ear, eye, tongue, jaw, genitals, and rectal tissue, udder tissue in females, was being collected from each of these animals, but with no evidence that could tie it to any human venture, government or otherwise. Mm-hmm. So A Strange Harvest was broadcast to the highest rating at the CBS station in Denver before or since. And the height of that rating said to me, I've just scratched the tip of an iceberg. And then what happened after this evening, it was a 90-minute special broadcast. Back then, because the air date was May 25th, 1980, and we had phones, landline phones, and we had letter writing. There was nothing else. I guess you could telegram money, but this was not a computer world. So the people in the mailroom started dragging up to my second floor office huge bags full of mail. Maybe 5,000 typed or handwritten letters came to me within the first month. The phone calls, the operators said, "We're so sorry, we cannot keep up. We're missing phone calls for you on this." All of these letters were starting, "I've never told anyone this before." And then it was a mutilation story or an abduction story or a UFO story. One of them that just comes to mind that was so vivid. He was an insurance salesman, successful, and he was willing to write and draw for me what he saw, and said it looked like a black helicopter was approaching his house. This was a house in Denver. And he was just standing out on the steps with his child playing in the front yard, thinking, I wonder why this helicopter is coming so low. And it gets right over the yard, and it transitioned into a sphere. The sphere began moving up and changed into a triangle. The triangle kept moving up and changed into another pattern. And he stood there in a state of awe, calling his mother-in-law to come out. She saw the last two transformations with an ink drawing, and I began to realize I had spent 9 months, 18 hours a day, trying to get to the bottom of animal mutilations. It broadcasts, and now the world is flooding me with firsthand stories about UFOs, ETs, abductions, Bigfoot. It was just everywhere.
Was there a percentage of those that you didn't believe, though?
No.
Did you believe all the cases that was put towards
No,
you?
but I wasn't getting any correspondence from people who were saying, we don't believe your film. It was this huge flood that was reinforcing that the animal mutilations, human abductions,
encounters with Sasquatch were all involved in the same phenomena, and that people who had seen a strange harvest were provoked enough to send that many letters, and they were coming from outside the United States. I was getting letters also internationally. And that meant to me, I wasn't doing a film that was just reflecting something in Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. This was clearly a global phenomenon. And as the more I learned, the more it became so clear to me, this wasn't something that was just isolated to beginning in 1967 either. I think it had gone back long before. And so as I speak to you today in 2017 at the Awakening, doing A Strange Harvest was my awakening as a TV producer and a reporter in 1979 to 1980. And then the frustration and the struggle was as much evidence as I had, as many people who had done forensic examinations and are saying we have no way to do this. There was no way on this planet for anybody to take out a heart of a cow or a steer or a bull this big, a grown adult, 7 by 9 by 11 inches. It's huge. And there were cases when there were necropsies done on mutilated animals, and there's no excisions until the person doing the necropsy, and they're cutting, there's no excisions, and they find there's no heart in the chest of the animal. Not only is there no heart, there's no clotted blood, there's no blood anywhere. As one veterinarian said to me, it was like I was touching dry sandpaper in the chest where the heart should have been. In another case that Sheriff Tex Graves told me about in Colorado, he said the first cow that he went on, missing an ear, eye, tongue, jaw, genitals, and rectum, which is the classic, he called the vet to come out to the pasture. They did a full necropsy. It takes about 4 hours to do one. I've been through with veterinarians in the field. And he said, I'm standing there, and the vet looks up at me after he'd opened up the body. And he said, don't you ever call me out on one of these again. And the sheriff puzzled, said, what, why, what? And he said, look. And there in the chest, no heart. But the vet reached down with his finger and did this and brought the transparent, translucent pericardium. Pericardiums are a very thin membrane that surround mammal hearts, ours, cows. And on his finger, showing to the sheriff, he said, look at this. This is what the heart was in. There's no blood in it. There's no fluid in it. You tell me, where did the heart go? Where is the blood that should be here? And on top of that, Sheriff, there's not a single excision in this pericardium. How do you get out a cow's heart from inside a pericardium without cutting the pericardium? And he said, that's why I refuse to stand up in front of a pack of reporters and tell them that what happened to this cow is not medically possible.
So 2 questions then that spring to mind straight away. First, what does your research and what do you believe? Who's doing this and why?
No question, it's a non-human operation. It's been going on in this planet probably for centuries.
So it's not military? No secret ops?
No.
This is ET we're talking about now.
It's like weather balloons in Roswell in 1947, counter intel. They put out all kinds of crazy things. No, the mutilations are being done by technologies that you have amazed at how many people have seen this on their own ranches. They've got a globe of something that is light in the sky. They see beams come down into their pasture, scares the out of them. They don't run out into the pasture. That's, you'd say, well,
today we think of iPhones, and that somebody would grab an iPhone and they would get the cow coming up. And no, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, even the 90s, no, ranchers did not have cameras or videotape, but they sure had their eyes at 3 o'clock in the morning when they are waked up by a dog barking and they see a beam that's coming down into the pasture. Some of the eyewitness testimonies are they see the cow being lowered and they're too scared to
So are these
go out.
cases still happening? Because we have the mobile phones now, so
Yes.
is there evidence out there to suggest it's
Mostly
still happening?
in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, that part of the world in terms of ongoing, like what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. But the idea that there are eyewitnesses to the beams and seeing animals go down and up, which even law enforcement,
Yeah.
and you say, why wouldn't these people be believed? Because of the pressure of counterintelligence pushing. It's paramilitary, but the mantra when I was doing A Strange Harvest was, it's disease, predators, or satanic cults. The first person that I brought to the TV station to ask was a Catholic priest in Denver, Colorado, who in his Catholic duties did exorcisms.
Yeah.
I brought him to my office. I had laid out all of these photographs. A lot of them I'd gotten from the sheriff up in northern Colorado, but I had a whole lot. I wasn't front-loading anything. I just wanted the Catholic priest who did exorcisms, because satanic cults kept being thrown around as the explanation. Just come, lay out, tell me, what would this mean in exorcisms or satanic cults? And I will never forget watching that Catholic priest look at everything, remaining silent, and then he turned to me and said, Linda, this has nothing to do with the satanic cult operations that I know and what I deal with. He said, there's no blood. He said, in satanic cults, blood is like part of the scene. Yours are eerie because there's no blood. That was from a Catholic priest right at the beginning. So disease, predators, and satanic cults, the government literally pushed this. And to reinforce why I know that's true, A Strange Harvest was broadcast to this huge audience. About 2 weeks after, I got a telephone call one day at the station. And there was a man who introduced himself and said, my name is Lynn Lauber. I am the head of animal mutilation investigations for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Calgary. I got a copy of your television show, and I wanted to call and tell you that I know that everything you have reported is true. He said, if we took our photographs and what you showed in your TV show and we mixed them up on a table, nobody would be able to tell them apart. This is the guy who's heading the RMCMP animal mutilation investigation. He said, I wondered if you could tell me, have you confirmed sometimes molars have been removed from the mouth? I said, yes. He said, we have two, and we have decided that was one detail, and the removal of dew claws. He said, we're not reporting them, and I'm wondering if you don't report it either, we could stay in touch, because we're using this as a detail to separate out copycats. So for about 15 years, I had case after case, bloodless excisions of dew claws, bloodless excisions of teeth. I talked with Lynn Lauber after. I did not report them until about 2004. I began reporting the removal of dew claws and teeth. So I went all that time respecting what they were saying, knowing that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police
agreed 100% that it was creatures from outer space, to use the sheriff. And here's the kicker. When he told me that on the phone, how they agreed, I said, but sir, I have whole newspapers from Calgary in which the Royal Canadian Mounted Police are quoted as saying there is nothing to animal mutilations but a satanic cult called O, the letter O. God is my witness, in quotes, this is what this man said to me. That's what we reported to the media to keep them off of our backs. So it was a complete and total lie, is what it is, to be politically nice, counterintelligence explanation, to put a distance between the public and the media from the investigation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who are telling me they know, like my documentary, that it's non-humans that are doing the mutilations.
Linda, you're teasing me. Please just tell me, why are they doing this? Because I know people at home watching this now, they want to know the reason. If we're saying it's ET, why are they coming to Earth? Why are they taking the organs they're taking from the animals? What's the purpose?
Two big categories. Sustenance, food, genetic harvesting, to make hybrids, clones. And those two big areas, the bigger box is, one man who retired from the Defense Intelligence Agency told me in December of 1999, Linda, we have proof that there have been 3 competing geopolitical, territorial, fighting extraterrestrial groups terraforming, interacting with this planet for at least 270 million years. When I said, what is the proof? He said, I can't give it to you, it's too dangerous. But he said, this planet is considered a laboratory. I've heard this from others who have retired in agencies. Earth is considered a laboratory, as if there are jurisdictions, territories that are claimed and nobody can touch, territories that are open for political territoriality, which would mean there might be conflicts over claiming territory. And then there are planets considered to be laboratories. Maybe 3, 5, 7, 10 different alien types have access. Maybe some go to war to keep some others out. It's as if there is a geopolitical churn around this planet when it comes to who is allowed to do the experimentation and who is kept out, quite seriously. In these two big areas of sustenance and genetic manipulation, over the last, I would say the first time that I got an abductee was maybe 20 years ago, 25 maybe, and these were 2 young men in Colorado. They were camping. So many people in Colorado are out and they camp. And it was a long, involved scene in which they see a craft. One guy is coming up out of his sleeping bag, seen totally conscious by the other guy. So one man is the target, one man is not, but he yells as he sees his friend going up in what looks like a translucent beam of light into this craft. And when he yells, maybe they were just going to take one, but when he yells, he is going up in a beam too.
2 for 1.
Yeah. And they're with drawings, illustrations, and I have all of this case that I'm describing to you now with the illustrations at my news website, earthfiles.com, in an archive. And it's really quite extraordinary because they are dealing with
a standing up lizard. And the standing up lizard is a category involved in mutilations, which is different from standing up alligators. And what is the distinction? I always ask people to just draw. I don't front load anything. I'm not telling anybody anything. Just draw what you saw. And when you start putting people's illustrations, they don't know each other, you will find that when it comes to mutilations, there are fine-grained, greenish gray or brown. They look like lizards standing up. Then there are much taller, much bigger types. And they literally have, when you think of a crocodile or an alligator, it's a kind of a rectangular scale, which is very, very different than a smooth pebbly like a lizard. Think of a lizard versus an alligator. Both of those types, completely different, are drawn by people who have had some experience with both, in which the taking of the blood from earth animals appears to be for sustenance, and the taking of the various parts is for genetic hybridizing and cloning.
Are there other species, though, taking abductees as well?
The abductions, large range.
Because some people have been abducted, and it's documented between people who do the past life regression. They believe they've come here with a purpose, and part of their soul contract, they say, is that they can be abducted. Where do you find that story within this?
Well, we've jumped tracks quite a bit.
Yeah. Because
the animal mutilations, to me, it's a very complex subject in which I think I don't have bottom line proof. I think that the animal mutilations on this planet are largely done by reptilians.
Okay.
There are different types of reptilians. When you come to tall blondes, tall red hairs, short blondes, gold eyes, crystal blue eyes, eyes that have black lenses, in the humanoid category, all of those different shapes. And I'm leading up to another category that is perhaps the most shocking of all. So we've talked about reptilians, mutilations, the humanoids that come tall, short, different hair, different eyes. Then there are the so-called gray category. This is one of the most confusing of all, because people who have worked on extraterrestrial assignments, and they do in the United States, they have talked to me and talked to others, usually after they've retired. They make a distinction. If you are at I'm 5'2". So at a 5'2" to 5'4" level, with heads that are shaped like a pear, that's the key. So it's like this. Think of a pear. If you put the heavy part up for the top and the chin, there's a literal chin, but it's not like a human is more this way. They come down this way. That is completely different than the Whitley Strieber cover on Communion. It comes just like this down to a point. There is described a great deal of difference in terms of attitude, hostility versus perhaps friendship, that the pear-shaped head are our allies, and that's who the government refers to as EBENs, extraterrestrial biological entities. So the name EBEN is an acronym, extraterrestrial biological entity. Other gray types are considered and can be in a hostile category. For us, in the general world public, the only thing that you get from the most part from people is they're gray. Well, if you've got 5 to 7 different types and agendas, but the skin tends to be in a gray category, we are in a very vulnerable, I think, and weakened position as a human species, because for complex reasons, secret societies and governments for at least 5,000 years, going back to Mesopotamia and the Anunnaki, made a decision that the poor, dumb, blind, slave, labor, Homo sapien sapien was to be kept out of the loop and knowledge of ETs and other life in the universe 100%. And what was our relationship to be then? Humans, you get down on your knees to gods.
Yeah.
That is the biggest lie of Earth history. They are not gods. They are extraterrestrials who have even fought with each other on this planet in very violent ways. They made us. I don't think there's any question about that. That alleged government document that I was shown at Kirtland Air Force Base when I was trying to produce for our home box office this hour called UFOs, the ET Factor. And at Kirtland Air Force Base, I'm shown, it said, briefing paper for the President of the United States of America on the subject of unidentified aerial craft, and in parenthesis it was UAC, and I had never seen that acronym before. That was a first, seeing that on that cover. And then when I opened it up, it was about 8 or 10 or 12 pages typed. And it went into the history on things like Grudge and the Mantell. And Mantell was the pilot out of Godman Airfield in 1948, I think it was, where they had on radar an unidentified. He goes up to identify it, reports back. It's 300 feet in diameter, silver, huge. I'm going to get closer. And the next thing, his airplane and his body are in 1 million pieces spread out over a square mile on the ground. And the very fact that that was in this briefing paper for the president, juxtaposed with the opening about Roswell, and Mantell is in there, it was, this is not going to be an easy read. We are not dealing with something that could be 100% benign. That's what you start seeing. And then you turn a page or two and you come to a paragraph. I have a quasi-photographic memory and I do not forget these words. This is what it said. These extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien, and Homo sapien in the Latin was in this paper that I was being shown at Kirtland Air Force Base. Now, we technically are Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien. Homo sapien is the name for all of the standing up primates for the last 2 million years. So I take it that another signal was being sent in this wording. Mm-hmm. Homo sapien is all standing up primates, from Lucy in Africa to Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien, this current model. And on the last page of projects, it started on this page, it was going through projects, and then you turned, and it had Project Garnet. And I remember thinking, remember your birthstone. I was born in January. It was Project Garnet. I'm not saying that there may not be all kinds of names, I'm just telling you what I read. Project Garnet. All questions and mysteries about the evolution of Homo sapien on this planet have been answered, and this project is closed, period. And I remember reading both of those sentences over and over and over, as if on April 9th, 1983, there was something in me that was just catching, like trying to absorb all of the implications of this alleged briefing paper for the President of the United States. And my left brain saying to my right brain, which wanted to reject, my left brain is very analytical and saying, this means that you and all humans on this planet are the creation through genetic manipulation in already evolving monkeys and primates to make a standing up creature, which is us.
Okay.
Now, that's the harsh way to say it. That is what I was saying to myself, sitting there inside of one of the largest American air bases, what in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Kirtland Air Force Base, is our major weapons testing place. And there were all kinds of special units, we now know, operating from World War II on, White Sands, Kirtland, Sandia, eventually Los Alamos when it was created by Oppenheimer. All of them had ET secrets. They have ET secrets to this day. So the idea that these words were put in a paper, either the official title was correct, briefing paper for the President of the United States, about 10 years later, after this experience at Kirtland, I met somebody who had worked for one of the alphabet agencies. And they like tantalizing, they like provoking. And this man met me at a conference. And upon meeting him, he introduced and he said, "Do you still have that blouse with the polka dots, white circles on black?" And then he went on and he described other things. And then I realized I must have been videotaped in that office at Kirtland when they showed me the briefing paper, because that's what I was wearing. So these points will come along the line as you evolve, that people come out of the woodwork to contact you and they give you information and ask you questions. And the government is always watching and monitoring. But I really think, Mike, that in 2017, The Awakening is a perfect title, because everything that I am hearing, Grant Cameron in Canada, Tom DeLong in San Diego, these are people in the United States who are, we have back channels with people that are in military and science. Machines, really big, powerful machines of people are at work right now. And the headline, as I understand it and my colleagues understand it, there's one big headline they want out this year. We are not alone in this universe. They want that much out.
Do you see that in 2017 then? Can you see it in the headlines?
I do, from the standpoint of what's happening. And it doesn't matter if it is electronic signals from 100 million light years away. It doesn't mean if it's microbes on Mars. It doesn't mean if it's archaeology on the moon. It doesn't mean, which is the truth, the Greeks and the Anunnaki were extraterrestrials. These are not mythological gods. None of them were ever gods. No. These are non-humans advanced who can move through space and time, point to point.
So if we've got good ETs, we've got the bad ETs, this kind of war's been going on, the secrets going on, where do our government lie? Where's the knowledge base within governments? Do all governments know the full truth? And which side are the governments on? Are they the good ETs or the bad ETs, if we're going to put it in real simple terms?
I don't think any of the governments have any complete understanding, just like none of the individuals. This is the comparison I've been making for the last 2 years is based on my own real, true experience and frustrations. It is truly like a 16-layer chess game. Think about this. For any of you who would play chess, make it 16 layers. And you can make moves on all 16 layers under strict moves. And every single layer, the players are in different costume.
Okay.
And the only way to tell which is your team versus the other is to have infrared technology that can aim and pick up certain signals.
Okay.
And our government, your government, other governments have technology that they can aim at human bodies and detect whether it is a roly-poly Homo sapien sapien,
Okay.
or it is a camouflage body being used by ETs. This is how complicated this is.
So what are me and you? What do you think we are? Which one of those categories do you think me and you fall into?
I think I am a human who, for some reason, my soul was assigned a very specific mission that in the 20th to the 21st century, I would somehow be involved with trying to crack open the truth that we're not alone in this universe.
So we could put that as a term as a light worker. Would you suggest you're a light worker? Would you look in terms of spiritually like that?
Well, I do know that in my own life, many times I've had experiences with light that has made the difference between my surviving or not several situations. I have not categorized it as a light worker, but I do know, as sure as I'm sitting here, there is a divine field, and the divine field, from my point of view, is responsible for all matter worlds, and that there is something about all of this, ETs, humans, the whole mix, that there is a recycling or an effort to recycle from the matter worlds back to the divine field, and that's where I think the souls come in, and I think that the soul is the bottom line importance for everything.
I'm definitely going to go back to the government side in a moment, but I'm so glad we're touching on the souls and things now. Now, one of the things you said a moment ago, we are genetically modified as humans. So if we are genetically modified, then how does the soul come into play?
Well, it's a very good question. If you go back to Lucy, did Lucy have a soul? Where do souls come in with chimpanzees, orangutans, cats, dogs, whales? Do all living creatures, by definition, the animus, the difference between an inorganic crystal, an organic human, or a whale, or any life form that is organic, is that fine line between them, this substance called the soul, that the soul enters the organic life and doesn't enter the inorganic, question mark? And are there different substrates of souls? Is it possible that the soul does have a bell-shaped curve, that there are new souls, young souls, experienced souls, wise souls? Is there a fabric to that? And is there then a definite relationship between, at the moment of death in this universe where entropy dominates, that the animus of all of the organic life forms, if everything has life, it seems to me they have to have some form of a soul, because that is the part that continues on in cycling, because the organic matter can't sustain. If everything has the animus of a soul type nature, it may be
that just like we have children to adults, that we are in a complex universe of entropy where the whole universe could have been constructed by something way beyond our comprehension, specifically to be a trainer for souls. And it might explain then why some of us come into this life. I've always felt odd man out in this regard. I really cherish life. My mother did too.
Yeah.
You don't kill spiders, you don't kill flies, you don't kill anything. You really, she took a cloth
Yeah.
to get anything out of the house. She never ever would kill anything.
What about your diet? Would you eat meat?
No,
No? Okay.
no, I can't even imagine.
Okay.
No, cannibalism is beyond, no, I would, expiring, dying, going through the process of dying, and the idea that you would take some other life to keep yourself from dying, which is the killing of another life just to extend your, that to me, that's insanity.
I'm going to get back to the government things because I know the viewers who are watching this, they want to get back to the conspiracy story, but I'm just fascinated with the whole soul and the meaning.
It is
and
this
purpose.
complex.
Yeah, it is
the
complex.
16-layered chess game,
Yeah.
but keep in mind what I said because it's very important.
Yeah.
And we were talking about types, and we haven't talked about this.
Yeah.
March 6th to 8th, 1981, allegedly Ronald Reagan, as president, fresh president, was taken to Camp David by the CIA, NSA, DIA. It was a big classified executive briefing for Ronald Reagan at Camp David. This was released about 5 or 7 years ago in the SERPO, S-E-R-P-O, SERPO material on the web, which has in part been attacked and in a lot of part has been supported by other people who have worked in agencies and say this is the real deal. There's a man in Washington who has helped me. I took the Reagan administration, the whole transcript, said, tell me, because he had worked in the Reagan administration, tell me, is this real? And the answer I got back was, Linda, it is 100% real. So what happened at Camp David between March 6th, March 8th, 1981? Reagan had appointed his dear friend, William Casey, to be the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and he is conducting this briefing. There are other agents that are identified, NSA, CIA, DIA, NRO, and then by numbers, and then as other names, caretaker of the information. And Reagan comes across, as he did in life, charming, more intelligent than you would think, asking very good questions, but completely out of it. And as they start slowly taking him over these 3 days into a briefing which is introducing the president to something he didn't know, they show him and tell him that there are 5 different extraterrestrial groups that our government currently is aware of, studies, works with, and they want to lay them out to Ronald Reagan, who is astonished that they even have names. And at the top of the group of 5 is Archeloid. And the Archeloid is described as having an extremely large nose, vertical pupilled eyes, a domed head, and as far as the rest of us are concerned, the description that they are making is of the Anunnaki type. They had a rod that was a translator rod, sphere, think about royalty, spheres and rods through time that were actually extraterrestrial technology that humans would then mimic, but didn't put the two together.
The archeloid are defined as a rapid cycle cloned being. Where have we heard this? The resurrection technology from my 1998 book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volumes 1 and 2, get into all of the abductees who have been introduced to a tube technology where they are shown clones of themselves, clones of others, and it's called rapid cycle cloning. Okay. So now Reagan is being introduced in 1981 to rapid cycle cloning of the archeloids. Well, who are the archeloids made by? The top of the list, extraterrestrial, biological entities, the grays with the pear-shaped heads. Okay, so now they're on top as a prime intelligence. They make the archeloids with rapid cycle cloning. The next on the list underneath the archeloids were another group, and they are defined as being made by the Ebens. That means out of 5 groups that are going to be introduced to President Reagan, 3, these 2, and this they're the maker that made these, 3 of them are all related to the extraterrestrial biological entities. The 4th is called Hepleloid. I've tried to find Hepla in, I believe it was Aramaic or Greek, can mean 7. But I do not know whether that's 7 feet tall. Could be that they are the tall whites, which is another very distinct category, humanoid, extreme 7 to 8 feet, maybe 10 to 14 feet is what the Anunnaki were supposed to be, tall, white skin. It's the 5th category, Trantaloid, Trantaloid. They've gone through these other categories, and they said, and there is a 5th category, Mr. President. The Trantaloids, and they apparently show him a photo, and it says in the transcript, Reagan says, wow, you notice that in a crowd of humans. And they say it is an insect. Mm-hmm. And they call it a hostile alien visitor, HAVs. And they say, Mr. President, this is a very insidious type. This is the one that we worry about, because they camouflage themselves on this planet as blonde human beings. And Reagan has an explosive reaction to this and said, well, I need to know more. Do we need to go to war? What do we need to do? And the CIA director and the others say, we have plans for all eventual possibilities, without explaining what that means. They go on to say that the Trantaloid insect beings are at least 1,000 years more advanced than we are. That they come from a system, meaning not in our Milky Way galaxy necessarily, and not from someplace maybe that we would recognize, but it may, and this is where it gets confusing, it may be in the star group of some 39 stars in this arm of the galaxy that all have yellow suns or cooler suns. Mm-hmm. And there have been different identifications that this may be from one of these closer star systems, or it may be far apart, so it's not clear. But wherever they come from, it is supposed to have elements that we have been able to confirm do not exist anywhere on Earth. And that they have technologies that can neutralize gravity and do all of these things, and they're very advanced. Okay. So why are they camouflaging themselves on Earth as blonde humans?
Jump cut to World War II.
Yes.
Adolf Hitler, obsessed with saying that he was going to war with the world in order to put blonde, white-skinned, blonde Aryans in charge of this planet, and that he would kill all of the Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been suggested by many, many people that there is a direct link between whatever these tronoloids are and what happened in World War II. And you can see how distasteful these subjects, when you begin to talk about them in their rawness, how distasteful they are. And you can see if 5,000 years ago, all of this was occurring on this planet when humans were completely out of it, didn't know anything, and were getting down in their knees to extraterrestrials as gods when they weren't, that today, the human family versus ebens, archeloids, trontoloids, hepaloids, and so forth. If we are not told the truth by governments and lots of secret societies that have known all of this for a very long time and decided that it was to their benefit to keep the power of this knowledge to the 1% that has run this planet for 5,000 years.
Yeah.
In a way, if we could get the "We are not alone in the universe" headline out in 2017, it would be almost like a cheer of liberation for those of us who have more knowledge. Because essentially, Homo sapien sapien on Earth has been plagued unmercifully, manipulated unmercifully. We are this divided, warring species because of manipulations by something that is trying to accomplish something in all of this experimentation on Earth. And to me, that makes me angry enough, gives me energy enough to keep going with what are we really in a universe that is confusing in the hints of other dimensions, the ability to move point to point, when we are on a planet where the only way we've been allowed to move is through Euclidean geometry, walking or machines that must go distances. And that we in the 21st century, if we survive ourselves, for which I feel sadness because I think that the complete and total abuse of the planet could have been prevented if humans long ago have been told the truth, that we are somebody else's androids, that Fort said we're property. We are somebody else's perceived property. But if there is a divine field, I think this divine field has made it very clear. We may be somebody's property in these bodies, but we're not their property in our souls.
Okay.
And that seems to me to be where the rubber hits the road in terms of who gets in and out of this universe, and maybe some don't.
So if Ronald Reagan's had this decision and this information put before him in 2017, Donald Trump is now in charge of the United States of America, is he going to be given the same information? And is he going to be the man that tells the world we're not alone? Or who is that man going to be, or lady going to be?
Well, I would say that Donald Trump is certainly a battering ram. And he is a battering ram on a whole host of subjects and not very controllable. So if the CIA, NSA, DIA, NRO decide to give him a full blast briefing like they did Reagan. It might be because they've decided that maybe it takes a battering ram to tell the truth.
Maybe he'll do it by tweet. He likes tweeting a lot, Donald Trump, doesn't he? That's probably the 21st century way of disclosure.
CNN, oh, this morning, Donald Trump says we're not alone in the universe.
So is Donald Trump going to be I mean, the buzzword for the last 2 years has been disclosure. Is Donald Trump the man? Or is it going to be a different agency, a different country? Who's going to tell us? Who's that one person that's going to tell us what's going on?
My own discussions with colleagues for 2 years has been the best person on the planet to open it up would be Pope Francis at the Vatican.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's the likely person to be?
I think it would be a very good logical, because the 16-layer chess game involves ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a declaration of war between those two. And if the Vatican and the Pope open up this actual truth, then maybe it would begin to jostle the religious boxes on the planet too.
But if the Pope was to be the man to put disclosure forward, the other religions are not going to be happy about that. And why would they believe
Some will
him?
be. Oh,
There'll
my.
be many not as well.
All of the religions in India, all of the Buddhists, all of the Mormons, there's a whole long list. They would say absolutely, because they're already there. Reincarnation and extraterrestrials
What about
are
the ones
part
that
of it.
aren't, though? You know, how
Well,
How
the
do you find
chips
that?
are going to fall
Yeah.
whether governments open it up or religious boxes open it up.
would it not be easier for ET to do it themselves? Would that not take all that issue away from religion?
I've asked that before, and the impression I have gotten from people who have worked in the government, it's not in the interests of the non-humans. Secrecy has always protected the non-humans, because mutilations and the harvesting for genetic material, that's been something they've been doing for thousands and thousands of years. And humans have been completely dumb and blind about any. The Neanderthal could never have conceived genetic manipulation. Early Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien could never have conceived genetic manipulation. So we're only sophisticated enough now in the 21st century to finally be on a planet in which this whole thing could be presented.
Yeah.
If they would tell the truth.
Can we handle the truth? That's the famous movie saying.
I think I am handling the truth. I know other my colleagues, they're handling
I can handle
the truth.
the truth, but I don't think general public can handle the truth.
Well,
I think there'll be such a breakdown. And I want it to be, I do want disclosure. I want the world to change. I really do, but I don't think it can happen.
Mike.
Convince me, Linda.
It doesn't, at a fundamental level, it doesn't matter whether people can handle it, because if the sky fills with craft,
Yeah.
if there is a war of the skies, if that happens first before there is a declaration we're not alone in the universe and we're going to do some kind of truth with our fellow human beings, if that doesn't happen, the shock to the human system to be waked up to this by non-humans, whether they're at war or whatever, that to me, that would be cruel. We've got to start telling the truth. Governments have got to start telling the truth.
Okay. I want to fire some quick questions at you, okay, Linda? You've not got big answers. You're not allowed long answers, okay? These are quick, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
It's a complicated subject.
It is. We could be here for weeks. We really could. And there's so many strands that we could have gone off already on what we talked about. But quick fire questions. Has man been to the moon?
Yes, of course.
Have we landed on the moon?
Yes, we've landed on the moon.
Have we been to Mars?
Yes, we've been to Mars.
Do we have bases on the moon and Mars?
We've got perhaps a lava tube tunnel base
on Mars since the 1970s. Here's the problem with the moon. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the real moon, saw UFOs waiting for them when they were landing, which is why the LEM had to turn away. NASA knows that, and they knew it. I think the consensus is among people who have worked at NASA, few people who have talked from the intel side to some of us.
Quick fire questions, these, Linda.
That the reptilian types, I think, own the territory on the backside and the inside of the moon. So when you say, have we been there? And did we plant a flag? Yes. But that doesn't mean that we can control and own the moon if these other beings do. That's the complication. Why did we never go back after the later Apollos? And the answer that always comes to me and to Jim Mars and to others is because we were told you are not coming back to this moon. That raises a very interesting geopolitical, geocosmic question. When the androids, Homo sapiens sapien, begin to stand on their own 2 feet, stand up to reptiles, grays, and blondes, and say, look, you made us, but we are the surface life on this planet, even if you're inside. And we have as much right to go up to this moon as you do. Something like that would have to be happening for things to change geopolitically and also Mars and throughout the solar system. And how could that happen? Well, the remote viewers, who I really do think have substantial reason to be listened to, they say throughout all of this complexity, what we have learned is that humans, Homo sapiens sapien, really do have allies who actually care about whether we survive or not. They, as Lynn Buchanan said, we would not be here if there were not a few allies that are really strong and they have helped us. Now, that is the fundamental philosophical and geopolitical question going forward for the rest of the 21st century. With or without the big headlines, we're not alone in this universe. The truth, the facts, to all of us who have gotten, we all have the same inside information. There are territorial conflicts over the moon, Mars, this solar system, throughout this galaxy. Those territorial conflicts are going to be there whether we have consciousness or not. Why is it so important for humanity to be told the truth? Because we've been kept alive by allies. The remote viewer Lynn Buchanan said, but what is not known is, are the allies always going to be strong enough to fend off the hostiles? We can't have the human family be in a position where we're on Earth and denied going through the solar system and the moon, which obviously this is changing. We are doing this. We can't be forever denied the truth about what we are, somebody else's androids, who are becoming free and declaring liberation and moving out because of other allies who know exactly what we are and have chosen to say, we will side with you. We will try to protect you. That's happening. And with humans finally being put on one of these levels where the playing field starts being leveled out and being told, here are what the hostiles look like and sound like, and this is why they're hostile. Here are the allies, and they really are our allies. And you all need to know this, and you all need to know this. And when either one of them show up on this planet, you won't be so shocked. And that's why I do the work I do.
Brilliant. I'm not going to talk about Corey Goode too much, but it links into what we're talking about here, and it is somebody that I'm fascinated with, Corey Goode, and his whole secret space program. Quick fire questions because we're running out of time. Is there a secret space program?
Oh, there's definitely a secret space program since at least the end of the 50s.
And going back to the moon, is the moon an artificial satellite, or is it the moon? Is it, is it a big rock in the sky?
Everything I've been told is it is an artificial satellite. It was moved into position by some sort of an alien intelligence that has the power and the ability to move something that large and place it specifically so that there would be solar and lunar eclipses for reasons that are not exactly clear.
Is that where the Star Wars movie has come from? Is there a lot of truth in the Star Wars movies, do you believe?
I think there's truth in George Lucas's Star Wars movies in this regard. There is a huge force that I call the divine field. And once you're in the matter worlds, the yin and the yang is the metaphor for everything that happens in the matter worlds. Dark in the white, white in the dark, and they are forever battling. That's at the level of the soul that carries over into the matter worlds, and the decisions that are made in geopolitical terms. Who is going to try to dominate, own, and control, and who in the light never wants to dominate and never wants to abuse control. Those forces are always doing this.
Okay, back to the quick question I'm going to give to you is Project Blue Beam real? Does Project Blue Beam exist?
I know what you're talking about, but I do not know. I do not know, because I know very little about beyond the name.
Yeah. I'm just going to fire lots of random things here. There's no order in any of these. Is there an inner Earth?
On this planet, the way it's been described to me by people who worked in the government and retired, there is no such thing as an inner Earth at the center of our planet, because that's where the huge iron crystal core that moves in another big sea of molten iron that goes up into the magma. That's the reality. But up in the upper 15 to 20 miles around the rind of the Earth, the way I understand from people who actually have had communication through the government with some of the Ebens, if you think of bubble wrap, you've got these air pockets, and you push on like this and it feels solid, but you can go psh, and air will, okay. So imagine in the upper 15 to 25 miles all the way around this 8,000 mile diameter Earth, 25,000 miles around, like bubble wrap, huge pockets where it'll be air pockets, and then it could be magma, and another air pocket, and all around the planet these big air pockets have formed big cavernous areas. It's my understanding that some of the non-humans have been in those, we'll call them air pocket caverns, for millions of years.
So, sorry, go on, continue, Linda.
And some, this is the most fascinating idea presented to me by the DIA guy, you take the planet, 2/3 of this Earth is water, and Mariana Trench goes down 6 miles, maybe even 7, of water. That we are dealing with non-humans that can manipulate molecules, atoms, and they can claim territory beneath, here's the mud bottom of the oceans. They're here.
Okay.
They're, 'They're, They're, 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 They're below the basins of the oceans and the seas. And that would mean that 2/3 of the planet that none of us will ever be able to live in or work in cover the presence, an alien presence that knows how to deal with a matter world in such a remarkable way.
A movement that seems to be definitely growing over the last couple of years, flat Earth. Is it possible? Do you buy that?
No, the photographs of our Earth from the moon alone. This is like they call it the blue marble. Look at the rest of our solar system.
A flat earther will tell you that that's not a real image.
No, I mean it's crazy on pure physics. You put any liquid in space and it goes into a sphere.
You've just upset all the flat earthers, Linda.
No, it's nonsense.
E.T., we've got a UFO on the picture next to you. Are they coming from other planets within our solar system? Are they interdimensional? What do you think?
Well, we've been talking about what I call flesh and blood non-humans that are in this universe.
Yeah.
And that when the remote viewers say this universe, 13.8 billion light year old universe, it's teeming with life. It's inside of this universe. Then there's other information. Good at Harvard, for example, astrophysicists, this is a hypothesis, goes back 20, 25 years, that mathematically what seems to be emerging all the time as a bigger reality is that we are in a multiple dimensional cosmos. Make it a cosmos with a capital C. What is the difference between a dimension and a universe? A universe, the way we define it, is matter, dark energy, whatever they're going to prove to be, but something that appears to be oval shaped in terms of the distribution of microwave from that strange singularity, so that it has a quote unquote oneness to it, and we call that a universe. Well, this one universe could be with 1,000,000 universes in a dimension called the matter dimension. Let's just say, at the moment of death, inside of all of these matter universes, in the matter dimension, let's call it the matter dimension, the animus of life leaves this dimension and goes into maybe an infinite number of dimensions that relate to the soulness substrate, that the soul has a relationship with other dimensions that the matterness does not. So you could have, as Gut at Harvard has proposed, an infinite number of dimensions. Now, there is, in the human abduction syndrome, a fascinating concept that here's our universe, and it is encompassed by another dimension, and that we encompass another dimension, and that like layers and layers and layers are all of these dimensions nested like Russian dolls.
Yes.
And the key to it all, just like the first sentence in the old Genesis Bible, in the beginning was the Word with the capital W, substitute for word frequency. And just like a note, if you play middle C, E, G, or A, whatever the chord, you have a chord that has a relationship, but each one is separate. Take that same concept and take it to the idea of a matter dimension, a whole series of dimensions that may involve the souls. These dimensions are separated just like notes would be that you would hear from a piano or a violin. But they are also united by the musicalness of frequencies in chords. It could be that that is the true nature of the cosmos with a capital C, and we are in one universe in a dimension that is one frequency note in an entire chord of other dimensions going up in frequency and down. And those are what are related to the cycling of the soul, and that in the end, the only thing that has ever counted is the recycling of souls in and out of these dimensions to ultimately return to the divine field, which is the only source of all the dimensions.
You just blow my mind, Linda.
Well, that is what I think is the truth.
What we need to do, we need to go on holiday for a week, Linda. We'll chill out by the beach. There's going to be somewhere nice in Florida we can go. We can just jam about UFOs and everything. Let's wrap things up, because I know I'm really tight on time, and I know people at home are going to be frustrated if I don't ask you this question. What the hell's going on in Antarctica? What's going on in Antarctica right now?
It is a very, very important question. We'll say behind the scenes rumors for since 2002.
Yeah.
So for almost 15 years, the rumors have been growing in volume for at least a decade and a half. That there are pyramids, at least 3, in locations that would be 2 miles under the ice. We would have the technology now to know. This would be deep ground penetrating radar and that sort of thing. And that if there are 3, well, it doesn't matter if there's 1, let alone 3. If there are any pyramids, and some of the rumors have been that we have photographs, I don't know whether that's snaking down, I do not know, of symbols that are on these pyramids. And that if Lake Vostok, which is the largest freshwater lake in the entire world, and it's 2 miles down below ice, it is a huge, total, vast volume of water. If it is true that on the shores of Lake Vostok, under 2 miles of ice, that this is where these pyramids are, and that if scientists are correct that the last time that that part of Antarctica was free of ice, where these pyramids could have been built, was 13 million years ago. Those 2 facts, pyramids at Lake Vostok, 13 million years ago is the last time that there was ice free, clank, clank, clank would mean whatever built the pyramids cannot be under any circumstances linked to Homo sapiens sapien. So this would be revolutionary of a major type. There are suggestions that when John Kerry, Secretary of State for Barack Obama, Buzz Aldrin, and others have been making, there was a man from the Vatican, that they've all been making treks down to Antarctica, and that it is related to opening up the story, that it may come to the world, we're not alone, and they're going to use archaeology in Antarctica as the beginning point, which then branches out to Anunnaki, to the Greeks, to Kukulkan, Viracocha, all of them being extraterrestrials. And the way they would come into this is, we are now able to tell you that all of these ancient civilizations that you have read about as mythology were real, and that we have had extraterrestrial civilizations on this planet. They have been involved with making life on this planet, experimenting, and they can come into it through that way. And then there's lots of questions that unfold, but Antarctica could end up being the key to opening the truth that we're not alone in the universe.
And a good way to do it, maybe a safe way. And maybe one day, just think if the disclosure happens, You could be running for president of the United States of America, Linda. You've got my vote, Linda. How many people would vote for you, Linda?
I don't know.
Hell of a lot. So
I would not want that job.
think of the White House, the big bedroom you get, and all the secrets. Linda, right, it's been wonderful speaking to you, Linda. Thank you very much for your time. If you can tell the viewers at home, especially the UK market, Awakening is probably one of a new breed of events coming to the UK. For the newly British people, not just British, let's look at people around the world that are watching this interview now. What information can you give to those new people just awakening now? What advice can you give to them?
The one thing that I think is the most important for everybody, I hope, to take away from this interview is that I am living proof that you can walk around this planet, excise tissue from animals that are lying on the ground that sheriffs have told me creatures from outer space mutilated. And I'm still here after 3.5, 4 decades of trying to get to the bottom of all this. And the one thing I have learned is fear doesn't ever accomplish anything. You just keep going, and what we need more than anything is the truth about who we are, what the true history of this Earth, the entire solar system is, and if we have allies, and the governments know we have allies, it is far past time that all of us know who those allies are and take some confidence that moving through the rest of the 21st century, we're going to be moving out into this solar system. And I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. In fact, I'm excited. What is a holographic universe?
Exactly.
You've been probably to Disney, and you've probably been in the haunted house, and you've probably seen, it can be faces, it can be people dancing. Those are holograms, and the way it's done, you take a laser and you do actually a reference laser, and then you take another laser, and you photograph you with a laser from 2 or 3 different points of view, and you end up with an interference pattern that can be fed into a computer, and it will project out perfect replica of you using light.
Right. Even though I'm really not there, or am I?
No, you've been photographed. But here is the key. This is the key to everything that we'll discuss. The projector cannot be in the same room with the holograms.
Why not?
Mathematically, it does not work. So now, think about this. When you're at Disney and you're seeing the holograms that are out in front of you, it's being projected by something you do not see. So the magic is, here is this world that takes place in front of you, like magic.
Like magic.
And the truth is, if you say Disney is the cosmos, there is a projector. And that projector is working with lasers and lights, but it is projecting a world that to our minds looks real. Even if it glows, you get the sense that you are watching something that is almost like a reflection of something on the earth.
Who created that?
Well, now we get into this whole issue of if the projector has to be in another dimension, which dimension? Who runs that dimension?
Exactly.
Now, one of the most fascinating interviews I've ever done was in 2007 with Jerry Wills. He's down in Phoenix. He takes trips to Peru. He's married to a woman, Kathy. They got married back in 1998 in the fall. And one of the things that he most wanted to do, and he wanted his new bride to be with him, he wanted to go down to a place called Aramu Muru, A-R-A-M-U-M-U-R-U. And that's where the Aymara Indians live. It's in the southwestern part of Lake Titicaca. Here's Peru, here's the Bolivian border. They share this border, almost right where this is. What is Aramu Muru? It is a solid, red, beautiful rock. Gorgeous. And carved in it Think of a rectangle that goes 23 feet up here, 23. Then, when you come down to the ground, here is another door, goes into the rock deeper. It's about 7 feet. A 6'9" man can, with it bowing his head a little, can go in there. But there is no entrance. It's just carved into this red rock, surrounded by this 23-foot rectangle. And it's the Aymara Indians for centuries. They have said...
They made this?
No. The Indians have said this was made by gods to be a two-dimensional, going and coming doorway to where the gods live. Jerry had studied, and he had a guide named Pedro, one of the Aymara Indians, who said on this trip with his bride as a celebration that he would take Jerry and teach him how to get down on his knees, put his forehead in this little, kind of like I've seen a picture, it just looks like the rock goes in like this, like a lens shape. Right. Puts the forehead in there, and the shaman taught him a sound frequency said with symbols. Jerry has shared it with me and has asked me never ever to repeat it. And that if Jerry got his forehead and did this chanting of this frequency just correctly, he would literally disappear and would go to another dimension, the dimension of where the gods live, and hopefully come back.
I was going to ask, can you come back?
So, his wife is 100 feet away. She is watching the entire scene. Jerry gets down on his knees, he leans forward with his forehead, he puts it in the rock. Many, many times he says this frequency. And then she sees him disappear, literally, disappears. And we have, I think, what happens next with Jerry, we can at least share his words. He goes to a white place. It's like a laboratory. It has a hard floor, and a voice comes in, a male voice.
Is he scared when this is happening?
He has no idea what's happened. He was there at the rock, and then it's all white, but his feet are on something he compared to Lexan. He tried to jump on it, and then this male voice comes and starts talking to him. And this is where we have an excerpt.
Well, let's listen.
He said that I was on another world, that it was outside of my universe. So I wanted to understand how that's possible. And he says, well, there are many universes, and you have just passed from yours into ours. All right, so where is this universe? He said, it wouldn't do me any good to even try to explain it to you. I asked him how I'd gotten there. Well, apparently, whoever they are had been very curious about the nature of the universe. They tried to recreate a model of the universe. He was talking about how they were colliding particles, and somehow a spark had occurred, and the spark didn't go away. Instead, it started growing. And as it grew, it started accumulating and creating more of itself on its own. It was quite large, and they had created another universe. They weren't planning on doing this. And it had evolved, and it evolved quite rapidly. I said, well, I don't understand this, because we think the universe is billions and billions of years old. He says, well, where you are, you measure time much differently. Time is different in every universe. And when he was telling me about this, they were really very afraid that it was going to continue growing and it would just overwhelm them, and then what would happen to them. And that what they had discovered is that they were inside of someone else's universe, just like we were inside of theirs. He says it's just layers and layers.
there's very little that separates one from the other. And they had learned that life had started to populate throughout that universe.
They had made.
Yeah, they were fascinated by this, curious as can be how this was possible. And this doorway that I'd gone through was something that they had put in place. They had these doorways throughout our universe in various places. They had been sending scientists in there to study the universe, because this was a whole new realm of science for them to explore. And when they started discovering life in there, well, they were pretty shocked. Apparently, I'm not the only person who'd ever come through that doorway. And apparently, these doorways go to other places on this planet as well as to other planets. The only thing that I can figure is that moving from one point to another was outside the dynamic of time altogether. That these doorways are instantaneous passageways to other places.
That's fascinating.
Well, and that last statement, doorways that could be instantaneous to other dimensions placed around this planet. And if Good is right at Harvard, he's been speculating this for a couple of decades, that we're not just a universe with a trillion galaxies and that this is it, that there could be an infinite number of galaxies, an infinite number of universes, an infinite number of dimensions. And that part where the voice is telling Jerry that they discovered, the whoever the they is, that their universe has another dimension that is encompassing it, or another universe, and they're encompassing this one, and we could be encompassing another. All of a sudden, you have this idea of those Russian dolls that are all embedded in each other, that this cosmos could be universes inside of each other going on, and suddenly the whole issue of why is it that some people have seen blazing white crosses in their life that have saved them, or somebody is falling off of a cliff and they say it felt like Jello came and lifted them up. There have been the miracles of this planet.
I've had calls on Coast to Coast, Linda, where people are ready to crash to a vehicle and they go right through it.
Yes, or over it.
Or over it.
In abductees. I've heard that so many times, and I have an illustration in my third book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 2, where a mother and daughter, and the daughter is the abductee, and they are traveling on, she'd already had interactions since she was a teenager with all kinds of ETs, and they apparently were trying to help her. They were trying to help her survive. And so it would have been counterproductive to the non-humans and their effort to keep her alive from disease if she would die in a car crash. That's the way she analyzed it. So she and her mother are coming and they're entering the intersection, and they both see a car coming at them at the same time.
They're done, right? They're supposed to be done.
And she said it was as if their car rose vertically up and went over the car that should have hit them, came down on the other side, and both the mother and daughter knew that something real had happened.
Yes.
It had saved their lives. But how many humans go to other humans and tell stories like that? Because humans are so afraid of ridicule from other humans.
And what about the car that almost hit them? What were they thinking?
Were they even conscious, or did they get a blast of white light? Well, this now leads to new work that is being done by a physicist named Thomas Campbell and some people literally at Caltech. It was in February. I spent an entire day with a mathematician at Caltech and a friend of Professor Campbell's. And we were talking about all of this whole issue, are we living in a simulated universe? Because this mathematician that I talked to, they're actually now trying to come up with what are tests that human scientists can do right now or through the rest of this year and maybe next. They have to get collaboration from other large labs internationally to do some of the things they want to do. But they are now, there's so many people that are intent on trying to test this, because Whether it is a holographic universe, and a hologram is the projector that is projecting light and creating, Thomas Campbell thinks that we don't even need the holography, that we could have another dimension that is projecting zeros and ones, literally,
Right.
zeros and ones, which would be minuses and pluses, that are programmed, that are already programmed from another dimension.
But who's programming this?
Okay. I asked Professor Campbell, I said, okay, is the projector in another dimension God?
Good question.
And he said, well, if we're in a cosmos that has an infinite number of universes, which dimension would be a top dimension? Where do you get to a point if there are all of these Russian dolls of universes and dimensions? Which would there be any one that would be top? And this is where you then get to this discussion. I myself have always thought there's a divine field that is not matter at all. It's an
There's
energy and a
there's
frequency.
Obviously something out there.
It produces all the matter worlds that have all of the dimensions, which if you take a chord of music, this helps me think about this. And let's say that you go middle C, E, and G.
Hum it for us, Linda.
I can't do a chord for you. Maybe you can.
Maybe I can. I sing.
But if we were in middle C and Jerry's universe is E, and there's another universe dimension that's F, unless you could produce the exact frequency of the E and the G dimensions or universes, you're never even going to be able to detect. You will not know anything. And they could be that close as frequencies of music. This is getting close to what I think the reality is and what physicists talk about.
Did you ever think you would be thinking about this today? Because when we grew up in school, Linda, when you and I grew up in school, we thought of this universe as the universe.
Yeah.
Hard facts, how it was created, that's debatable. I still haven't gotten my explanation for the Big Bang. But did you ever think you'd be talking about a holographic universe?
The first time that I ever heard this was on an airliner flying with Bud Hopkins.
The late Bud Hopkins.
Goes back to 1991. And it was that spring, a book came out called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot.
As a matter of fact, since you bring that up, let's take a look at that right now.
University of London physicist named was a former protege of Einstein, and a Stanford University neurophysiologist named Carl Pribram. And they worked independently. Pribram was studying memory and found that there's evidence that the brain operates holographically. And Bohm was studying subatomic physics and found that on the subatomic level, the fabric of reality seems to possess properties that are reminiscent of a hologram. So if you put those two ideas together, that our brain seems to be holographic and the universe is holographic, it suggests that maybe it's compelling evidence that the universe may be a kind of hologram, not that it's literally a hologram, but that it's a good metaphor or way of understanding the universe. A hologram has an unusual property. If you take a piece of photographic film that has a holographic image encoded in it, that means that you cannot see the image with your naked eye. You have to reconstruct the image, you have to shine a laser through it. So if you have an image of a rose in the film, shine a laser through the rose, you'll get a three-dimensional image of the rose on the other side. You cut that film in half, shine a laser through each piece, you'll get a whole rose out of each piece, which is a very unusual property and sort of boggles the imagination at first. Cut it in 4, you get 4 roses. Cut it in 8, you get 8 roses. So if the universe is a hologram, it means, as William Blake said, that quite literally you can find the universe in a grain of sand, that every portion of the universe contains some semblance of the whole universe.
But now, he just said may not be literal. Now the physics is moving toward literal
It's coming that
hologram.
way.
And what is so interesting about that 1991 experience with Bud, we had both been speaking at a conference. This book, The Holographic Universe, had just come out. So Bud and I are talking together on the airline going back. I lived in Philly and he lived in New York. And he leaned over and he said, I want to tell you something confidentially. At the time in 1991. He said, Michael Talbot is one of my abductee cases.
Wow. Who would have known that?
No, nobody knew then. Nobody knew for a long time till I have
Till you
started
talked
saying
about
this just recently on Coast and at Earth Files and now on with this show with you and Beyond Belief, that Bud was saying about the discussion he had with Michael Talbot, that the entire book, The Holographic Universe, was a telepathic download during his experiences and interactions with non-humans. And he told Bud, he said, I don't want anybody to know this.
He never wrote that in the book.
No. And he said, I don't want anybody to know this because then they won't think the book is credible, because back in 91, it was worse than any time.
It was woo-woo then.
Exactly. Today, that's what's so exciting about all of these new papers and studies, that the holographic universe is increasingly, I'm going to step out and say, with testing, we could learn in the next year or two that the evidence is that we are in a holographic universe, which leads again to your question, who's doing the projecting? Could there be multiple projectors between different dimensions and universes? Is this cosmos teeming with advanced life that could be doing this? But Professor Campbell and I both feel the same way. There is a divine non-matter field, and that the key to why this universe might be as it is, with a yin and yang symbol as a metaphor, darkness in the light, light in the dark, a kind of yin and yang, would be, and this is his term, Professor Campbell thinks that this universe was made to be an entropy reduction trainer for souls.
If you like this video and you want to see more amazing content, go ahead and check out the next video on our channel.